Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Now, I know a lot of you use these videos to sleep, so before you drift off I thought it would be a fun idea if everyone can leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from in the world. Also like and subscribe if you are enjoying the episodes. Right, let's get comfy and relax and let's begin. It all started when I moved into a quiet suburban neighborhood in Ohio. I had just gone through a rough divorce and wanted a fresh start, so I thought this place was perfect. The houses were spaced apart enough for privacy, and everyone seemed friendly at first. I spent the first few weeks settling in, trying to make the place feel like home. My new neighbor, Bill, introduced himself right away. He was a middle-aged man, probably in his late 50s, with a friendly enough demeanor. He told me he had lived in the neighborhood for years and that he was happy to have new neighbors. I appreciated the gesture, even though something about him seemed a bit off, but I figured it was just my nerves after everything I had been through. At first, Bill was helpful, offering to lend tools or help with yard work. He would wave whenever he saw me outside and sometimes stop by to chat. I didn't think much of it. I was trying to be polite, even though I wasn't looking to make friends. A few weeks in, I noticed he started to linger a bit longer than I was comfortable with during these visits. He'd ask questions that seemed a little too personal, like if I lived alone or if I had many visitors. I brushed it off, thinking he was just trying to be neighborly. After all, it wasn't uncommon for people to be curious about new residents. Then, one Saturday morning, I was out in the yard planting flowers when Bill came over again. This time, he offered to help me with the garden. I politely declined, but he insisted, saying it was no trouble. Not wanting to be rude, I let him help. As we worked, he asked more questions, like if I was planning on getting a dog or if I had a security system. I didn't see the harm in answering, so I told him no, I wasn't getting a dog, and yes, I had a basic security system. He nodded, seeming satisfied with my answers, and we finished up. I felt uneasy, but I told myself I was overreacting. A few days later, I noticed that Bill was spending more time in his yard, often coincidentally when I was outside. I'd catch him staring over at my house, but he would quickly look away when I noticed. One night, I came home late from work and saw Bill standing in his driveway, just staring at my house. It creeped me out, but I told myself maybe he was just enjoying the night air or something. But it didn't stop there. He started knocking on my door for the smallest reasons. Sometimes, it was to borrow sugar or to ask if I had seen his cat, which he didn't even own, as far as I knew. Other times, he'd make up excuses about a neighborhood watch group that he said he was trying to start. I didn't know if there was any truth to it, but I didn't care enough to get involved. I was starting to get fed up with his constant interruptions, so I started ignoring his knocks and tried to avoid being outside when he was around. One night, around 11 p.m., I heard a noise coming from the side of my house. It sounded like someone was trying to open one of the windows. My heart raced as I grabbed my phone and quietly went to check it out. I didn't see anything at first, but then I noticed a shadow moving outside near my kitchen window. I froze, realizing that someone was trying to get in. I immediately called the police and whispered what was happening. I didn't dare turn on the lights, afraid that whoever it was would know I was onto them. The police arrived quickly and searched the area, but they didn't find anyone. They assured me they patrol the area more frequently and left. I couldn't sleep that night, constantly replaying the sound of the window rattling in my mind. The next morning, I noticed footprints in the dirt outside the window, and I knew for sure it wasn't just my imagination. I started to feel like a prisoner in my own home, always on edge, always looking over my shoulder. Bill showed up again that afternoon, asking if I was all right. He said he had seen the police at my house and wanted to make sure everything was okay. His concern seemed genuine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I gave him a short, vague answer and went back inside, locking the door behind me. A few nights later, I was in bed when I heard it again, that same noise at the window. This time, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my phone, but before I could call the police, I heard a soft knock on the front door. My heart nearly stopped. I crept to the door and peeked through the peephole. It was Bill. He was standing there, looking calm, holding a toolbox. I didn't know what to do, so I just stood there, hoping he would go away. But then he spoke, his voice low. He said he knew I was inside and that he just wanted to check something in my house, something about the wiring. He kept talking, saying that he had noticed something dangerous and that he needed to come in to fix it. My mind was racing. There was no way I was letting him in. I backed away from the door, not making a sound, hoping he would leave. After what felt like an eternity, he finally did. The next day, I found a note in my mailbox. It was from Bill, saying he was sorry if he scared me, but he was just trying to help. He mentioned that he had seen something suspicious in my yard the other night and wanted to make sure I was safe. The note ended with him saying that if I ever needed anything, he was always around. I threw the note away, but the dreaded cost stayed with me. That evening, I decided I needed to do something. I went online and bought a few more security cameras, making sure to cover every angle of the house. I also started keeping a kitchen knife by my bed, just in case. I didn't know what else to do, but I wasn't going to let him or anyone else catch me off guard again. A week went by without any incidents, and I started to relax a little. Maybe Bill had gotten the message and backed off. But one night, just as I was about to fall asleep, my phone buzzed. It was a notification from the security app connected to my cameras. I opened it and my blood ran cold. There, on the screen, was Bill, standing in my backyard, staring directly into one of the cameras. He didn't move for a while, just stood there, watching. Then, slowly, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. I called the police immediately, telling them everything that had been happening. They took my report seriously this time, especially after I showed them the footage. They said they would have a talk with Bill and keep an eye on him. They also advised me to get a restraining order, which I filed for the next morning. Bill wasn't seen for a few days after that, and I thought maybe it was over. But one night, I was jolted awake by the sound of someone trying to force open my front door. I grabbed a knife and my phone, ready to call the police again, but then I heard Bill's voice, muffled through the door. He was saying something about needing to check something inside, that it was urgent. He was frantic, almost begging to be let in. I didn't respond, just dialed 911 and told the operator what was happening. The police were on their way, but I didn't know if they would make it in time. I pressed my back against the door, holding the knife tightly, praying the lock would hold. Bill kept talking, his voice getting more desperate, saying he could see me through the windows, that he knew I was there. He started pounding on the door, and I thought it was going to break any second. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, I heard the sirens. Bill must have heard them too because the pounding stopped abruptly. I heard him running away just as the police pulled up. They searched the area and found him hiding behind some bushes near my house. They arrested him on the spot. When they searched his house, they found photos of me, hundreds of them, taken from different angles, through windows, and even when I was outside. They also found tools, ropes, and a detailed plan of my house. The police told me that I was lucky, that if I hadn't called them when I did, who knows what could have happened. They said Bill had likely been watching me for months, waiting for the right moment to make his move. They assured me he would be in jail for a long time. After that, I couldn't stay in that house anymore. I moved out of Ohio, far away from there. A few months ago, I went out for drinks with some friends in a small town in Texas where I've lived my whole life. It was a regular night, nothing special. We went to the usual bar, had a few beers, and talked about work and life. I didn't notice anything strange, and I wasn't drunk, just relaxed. When it was time to head home, I reached into my pocket to grab my wallet to pay, but it was gone. I thought I might have dropped it, so I looked around the bar, asked the bartender, and even checked outside near my car. It was nowhere to be found. At first, I was more annoyed than anything else. It's a hassle to replace all your cards, ID, and everything, but I figured it was my fault for not being more careful. I drove home, thinking I'd cancel my cards in the morning and get a new driver's license as soon as possible. When I got home, I tried to relax and forget about it. I didn't think much of it after that and went to bed. The next day, I woke up to a strange text message on my phone. It was from a number I didn't recognize. The message said, "I have your wallet. If you want it back, you'll need to pay me." At first, I thought it was some kind of joke or scam. I didn't reply, thinking that whoever it was would get bored and move on. I went about my day, but the message kept nagging at me. Later that day, another text came in. This one was more detailed. It listed the contents of my wallet, my ID, credit cards, even a receipt from the bar the night before. It also included a demand for $500 if I wanted my wallet back. Now, I was starting to get nervous. This person clearly had my stuff, and they knew who I was. I still didn't reply, thinking maybe I could report it to the police if it got worse. The next few days were quiet, and I began to think that maybe it was over. But then, I started receiving more messages. They weren't just about the money anymore. The person started saying things like, "I know where you live, and I can be you if I want to." That last one really got to me. It didn't make sense, but it felt like a threat. I decided to call the police and report the situation. They told me to block the number and keep an eye out for anything suspicious, but there wasn't much they could do unless the person made a real threat or tried to use my cards. I blocked the number, but it didn't stop the messages. They just started coming from different numbers. Each time, they were more aggressive, more detailed. The person seemed to know things about me that they shouldn't, like where I worked, what time I usually got home, even what I had for dinner one night. It was getting harder to dismiss this as just a random scam. I started to feel like I was being watched. One evening, I was coming home from work when I noticed a man standing across the street from my house. He was about my height, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, so I couldn't see his face clearly. He just stood there, not moving, watching me as I parked my car and walked to my front door. I didn't know what to do. I felt like confronting him, but something in my gut told me not to. I went inside and locked the door, checking the windows to see if he was still there. After a few minutes, he was gone, but the uneasy feeling didn't leave. The messages kept coming, but now they were more personal. The person was pretending to be me, saying things like, "I don't know why you're doing this," and "I'm the real, my name." They even sent a photo of my house, taken from the street, with a caption that read, "This is my home." It was like they were trying to convince me that I was the imposter. I showed everything to the police again, but they still couldn't do much. They advised me to be careful and maybe consider changing my locks, but that was all. Then, one night, something happened that made everything worse. I was in my living room, watching TV, when I heard a knock at the door. It was late, maybe around 10 p.m., and I wasn't expecting anyone. I looked through the peephole, and my heart nearly stopped. The man from across the street was standing there, holding my wallet in his hand. He had a blank expression on his face, like he wasn't even trying to pretend this was a normal situation. He knocked again, louder this time. I didn't know what to do. I was frozen, just staring through the peephole, trying to make sense of what was happening. He started speaking, his voice muffled through the door, saying, "This is my house. You're in my house." I backed away from the door, my mind racing. I grabbed my phone and called 911, trying to stay calm, but my hands were shaking. I told them someone was at my door, claiming to be me and refusing to leave. The man kept knocking, harder and harder, until it felt like he was trying to break the door down. I could hear the wood creaking under the force of his fists. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line and that officers were on their way, but it felt like they couldn't come fast enough. I grabbed a kitchen knife, the only thing I could think of to protect myself, and waited. Finally, I heard sirens in the distance. The knocking stopped, and when I looked through the peephole again, the man was gone. I didn't feel any relief, though, just a deeper sense of dread. The police arrived a few minutes later, but they couldn't find anyone. I showed them the messages and told them about the man at my door. They took my report seriously this time, promising to patrol the area more often, but I could tell they didn't know what to make of it. I didn't sleep that night. I kept checking the windows, expecting to see him standing outside, watching me again. The next day, I went to a hardware store and bought new locks for every door and window in the house. I even installed a security camera above the front door, hoping it would make me feel safer. But the feeling that I was being watched never went away. The messages stopped for a while, and I thought maybe it was finally over. But then, one morning, I woke up to find a package on my doorstep. There was no return address, just my name written on the box in neat, block letters. I brought it inside, my hands trembling as I opened it. Inside, I found my wallet, all the contents intact, along with a note that read, "I'm done playing games. You know who you are." I called the police again, but by the time they arrived, there was nothing more to find. They told me to keep the wallet and the note as evidence, in case anything else happened. They also advised me to stay somewhere else for a few days, just to be safe. I packed a bag and went to stay with a friend in another town, not knowing what else to do. A few days passed, and nothing happened. No more messages, no more knocks at the door. I started to think maybe the whole thing was over, that whoever it was had finally decided to leave me alone. I went back home, still nervous, but trying to convince myself that it was safe. For a while, everything was quiet. I tried to get back to normal, even though a part of me was always on edge, waiting for something to happen. Then, one evening, just as I was starting to relax, I heard a noise outside. It was a soft scratching sound, like someone was dragging something across the side of the house. I got up, heart pounding, and went to the window. When I looked outside, I saw the man again, standing in the yard, holding a set of keys. He was smiling this time, a cold, unsettling smile. He held up the keys, jangling them, and mouthed the words, "I'm home." I didn't wait to see what he would do next. I grabbed my phone and ran out the back door, not even stopping to lock it behind me. I drove to the nearest police station, barely able to breathe, and told them everything. They sent officers to my house immediately, but when they got there, the man was gone. They found the keys he had been holding, lying on the front porch, but that was it. The police took the situation seriously this time. They assigned officers to keep an eye on my house and promised to investigate further. I stayed with my friend again, too scared to go back home. A few days later, they found the man. He was picked up by police in a neighboring town, trying to use one of my credit cards at a gas station. When they arrested him, he was carrying my ID and insisting that he was the real, my name, that I was the imposter. The police told me that he had a history of mental illness and that he had likely been watching me for a while, convinced that he was somehow living my life. They assured me that he would be getting the help he needed and that I didn't have to worry about him anymore. They said it was safe to go home, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried to convince myself that it was safe to go home, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried to convince myself that it was safe to go home, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried to convince myself that it was safe to go home, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried to convince myself that it was safe to go home, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried to convince myself that it was safe to go home, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried to convince myself that it was safe to go home, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried to convince myself that it was safe to go home, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried to convince myself that it was safe to go home, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried to convince myself that it was safe to go home, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried to convince myself that it was safe to go home, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I tri The house didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt like his. In the end, I decided to move. I found a new place in another part of Texas, far away from the small town. I was traveling through rural Nevada on my way to visit family when I decided to stop for the night at a small motel off the highway. It was the only place around for miles, and I was exhausted from driving all day. The motel looked old but clean, the kind of place where you don't expect much, just a bed and a lock on the door. I checked in at the front desk, where a tired-looking woman handed me the key without much conversation. I made my way to my room, trying not to think about how isolated the place felt. The room was simple, just a bed, a nightstand, and a small TV on a dresser. The window faced the parking lot, where only a few other cars were parked. I locked the door behind me and double-checked the windows, making sure everything was secure. I was nervous, but I told myself it was just because I wasn't used to traveling alone. I decided to take a quick shower to wash off the day's stress before settling into bed with a book. As I was getting ready for bed, there was a knock on the door. It startled me because it was so quiet, and I wasn't expecting anyone. I hesitated for a moment before going to the door. Through the peephole, I saw a man standing there. He was wearing a police uniform, but something about it didn't seem right. The badge looked real, but the uniform was wrinkled, and he wasn't wearing a hat. He knocked again, louder this time. I opened the door a crack, just enough to ask him what he wanted. He introduced himself as an off-duty officer and said there had been some reports of suspicious activity in the area. He asked if I had seen or heard anything unusual. His voice was calm, almost too calm, like he was trying hard to put me at ease. I hadn't noticed anything strange, so I told him no. He nodded, but he didn't leave. He just stood there, looking at me with a strange intensity. He then asked if he could come in to talk for a minute, saying it would be safer inside than out in the open. I felt uneasy about it, but I didn't want to seem rude or uncooperative, so I stepped aside and let him in. He walked in slowly, taking a look around the room as if he was checking for something. I stayed by the door, ready to open it if I needed to. He sat down on the edge of the bed and started asking me more questions, but they weren't about anything specific. They were more personal, like where I was coming from, where I was headed, and if I was traveling alone. As he talked, I started to feel more and more uncomfortable. Something was off about the whole situation. I noticed that he kept looking around the room, as if he was searching for something. His calm demeanor began to slip, and his questions became more intrusive. He asked if I had any valuables with me, if anyone knew where I was, and if I had any plans for the next day. My stomach started to knot up, and I realized that I had made a mistake by letting him in. I tried to keep my answers short and vague, hoping he would get the hint and leave. But instead, he stood up and moved closer to me, blocking my way to the door. He wasn't pretending to be friendly anymore. His expression had changed, and there was a coldness in his eyes that made my heart race. He said that it wasn't safe for me to stay in the motel alone and that I should come with him. He said he could take me somewhere safer, somewhere nearby. His voice was no longer calm, it was commanding, almost threatening. I knew then that I was in real danger. I took a step back, trying to keep a calm exterior, but inside, I was panicking. I told him I was fine staying where I was, and that I would leave first thing in the morning. But he didn't move. He just stood there, staring at me, and then he said something that sent chills down my spine. He told me that I didn't have a choice, that it wasn't up to me. I tried to reach for my phone on the nightstand, but he saw what I was doing and grabbed my wrist. His grip was tight, and I could feel the strength in his hand. He pulled me closer, and I could smell his breath, sour and hot. I tried to pull away, but he tightened his grip, his other hand coming up to grab my shoulder. He told me to stop struggling, that it would be easier if I just listened to him. I didn't know what to do. I was terrified, but I knew I couldn't let him take me. I thought about screaming, but the motel was so isolated, I wasn't sure anyone would hear me. I needed to get away from him, so I did the only thing I could think of. I told him I needed to grab my purse, that I had some money in there and I could give it to him if that's what he wanted. He hesitated for a moment, loosening his grip just enough for me to slip free. I grabbed my purse from the dresser and pretended to dig through it, but instead, I pulled out the pepper spray I always kept with me. I turned around and sprayed him right in the face. He screamed and stumbled back, rubbing his eyes and cursing. I didn't wait to see what he would do next. I ran for the door, flinging it open and racing out into the parking lot. I could hear him shouting behind me, but I didn't stop. I ran as fast as I could to the motel office, my heart pounding in my chest. The woman at the front desk looked up in surprise as I burst through the door, gasping for breath. I told her what had happened, and she immediately called the police. I was shaking so hard I could barely stand. The police arrived quickly, and they found the man still in my room, trying to wash the pepper spray out of his eyes. They arrested him right there, and it turned out he wasn't a real officer at all. He was some drifter who had stolen a uniform and badge from a laundry service that cleaned uniforms for the local police. He had been using it to prey on travelers in isolated areas. I was shaken, but I was safe. The police took my statement and assured me that he wouldn't be able to hurt anyone else. They told me I had done the right thing by trusting my instincts and defending myself. I stayed the rest of the night at the motel, but I didn't sleep. The next morning, I checked out as soon as it was light and drove away, not looking back. I am still haunted by what could have happened if I hadn't reacted the way I did. I learned that night to trust my instincts, to be careful, and to never let my guard down. I'm just grateful I got out of there alive. A few years ago, I was working as a delivery driver in Chicago, mostly doing late-night shifts because the pay was better. I had gotten used to the routine pick up, drop off, repeat. It was usually quiet at night, just me in the city. One night, I got a request for a delivery to an apartment complex I'd never been to before. It was one of those older buildings, kind of run down, in a part of the city where the streets are dark and empty at that time of night. The order seemed normal enough, just some takeout from a place a few blocks away. The customer had left a note saying to knock and leave the food by the door. They said they'd be home late and wanted it waiting for them. It wasn't the first time I'd gotten instructions like that, so I didn't think much of it. I picked up the food and headed over to the address. When I got to the building, it was just as I imagined, old, with paint peeling off the walls and dim lights flickering in the hallways. The entrance door was propped open with a brick, which seemed odd, but I figured maybe the lock was broken. I stepped inside and found the stairwell leading up. The apartment I was supposed to deliver to was on the 4th floor. The elevator didn't look like it worked, so I took the stairs. As I climbed the stairs, I noticed how quiet the place was. I didn't hear any sounds coming from the other apartments, no TVs, no music, nothing. It felt like the whole building was empty. By the time I got to the 4th floor, I was feeling uneasy, but I tried to brush it off. I walked down the hallway, counting the numbers until I found the apartment. The door was slightly ajar, just enough to see a sliver of darkness inside. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. The note had said to knock and leave the food, but with the door open like that, I didn't feel right about just leaving it there. I knocked lightly, calling out to see if anyone was home. No one answered. I knocked again, louder this time, but still, nothing. The hallway was so quiet I could hear my own breathing. I decided to push the door open a bit more to peek inside, just to make sure everything was okay. When I did, the door creaked loudly, and the smell hit me. It was this awful, rotten stench that made my stomach turn. The apartment was dark, except for a small lamp in the corner that cast long, eerie shadows on the walls. I called out again, but there was no response. Against my better judgment, I stepped inside, just a few feet, to see if anyone was there. The living room was a mess, furniture overturned, papers scattered everywhere. It looked like someone had left in a hurry or like there had been a struggle. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized that something was very wrong. I turned to leave, but then I heard a noise coming from down the hall, a soft thud like something heavy had fallen. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't want to go further, but something in me felt like I needed to know what was going on. I slowly made my way down the hallway, the smell getting worse with each step. The noise came again, louder this time, like it was coming from one of the rooms at the end of the hall. I reached the door where the noise had come from and saw that it was slightly open, just like the front door. I pushed the door open with my foot, ready to bolt if I saw anything too strange. Inside the room, the smell was overpowering. I had to cover my nose with my sleeve. The room was bare except for a mattress on the floor, stained and dirty. In the corner, there was a large black trash bag, tied up tightly, but something was moving inside it, like someone or something was struggling to get out. My mind went blank with fear. I didn't know what to do. My first thought was to call the police, but my phone was in the car, and there was no way I was going to pull it out here and now. I took a step back, my whole body shaking, when the bag stopped moving. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. It was like the air had been sucked out of the room. Then I heard footsteps. Not from the room, but from somewhere behind me, in the hallway. Slow, deliberate footsteps, like someone was taking their time getting to me. I didn't wait to see who it was. I turned and ran out of the room, down the hallway, back towards the front door. As I reached the living room, I heard the footsteps getting faster, closer, and I knew whoever it was, they were coming after me. I burst out of the apartment and slammed the door behind me, not stopping to look back. I flew down the stairs, taking them two at a time, my breath coming in ragged gasps. When I reached the ground floor, I didn't even stop to push the door open, I just hit it with my shoulder and kept running. I sprinted to my car, jumped in, and locked the doors. My hands were shaking so badly that it took me a few tries to get the key in the ignition. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away from that place. When I finally pulled over, my heart was still pounding, and I could barely catch my breath. I sat there for a long time, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I never went back to that apartment, never found out what was in that bag or who was following me. I didn't report it either. I was too scared, too shaken to even think about going back there. I quit that job a few weeks later. Every time I think about that night, I get this sick feeling in my stomach. I've tried to forget it, tried to convince myself it was just a bad dream, but I know it wasn't. I still see that apartment in my nightmares, the dark hallway, the smell, and that bag, moving like there was something trapped inside. I don't think I'll ever really get over it. I met him online, like a lot of people do these days. His profile seemed normal, nothing flashy, just a guy who liked hiking, movies, and had a job in IT. We chatted for a few weeks before he asked if we could meet in person. I was cautious at first, but he seemed genuine, polite, and a little shy even. After a bit of back and forth, I decided to invite him over to my place in Seattle for dinner. I figured it would be safer than going out, and I have the comfort of being in my own space. He showed up right on time, bringing a bottle of wine like he said he would. He looked just like his pictures, average height, short brown hair, glasses. Nothing about him set off any alarms. We had dinner, and everything was going smoothly. We talked about work, hobbies, the usual first date stuff. He was easy to talk to, and I started to relax, thinking maybe this was going to turn out okay. After dinner, we moved to the living room to watch a movie. I suggested a light comedy, but he asked if we could watch something more intense, like a thriller. I didn't think much of it at the time, so I agreed and put one on. As the movie played, I noticed he was getting more and more focused, not on the screen, but on me. He wasn't watching the movie, he was watching me. His eyes didn't leave my face, and his expression started to change, becoming more intense, almost predatory. I tried to shake off the feeling that something was wrong. I asked if he was enjoying the movie, and he just smiled, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He leaned closer, and I could feel the air between us shift. It was subtle at first, just a change in his posture, but then he started asking strange questions, things that felt too personal, too invasive for a first date. He asked if I lived alone, if I often had people over, if anyone else knew he was here tonight. Each question made my skin crawl, but I tried to stay calm, not wanting to show that I was getting uncomfortable. I told him that yes, I lived alone, but I had friends who lived nearby, and they were expecting to hear from me later. That was a lie, but I hoped it would deter him from whatever he was thinking. Instead of backing off, he leaned in closer, his smile fading. He looked at me with a coldness that made my blood run cold. He said something then that sent a jolt of fear through me. He said, "You know, it's strange meeting someone online. You never really know who they are, what they're capable of." The way he said it, with a hint of menace, made my heart start to race. I tried to laugh it off, but my voice came out shaky. I reached for my phone on the coffee table, thinking I could text someone, anyone, to come over, but he grabbed my wrist, his grip tightening enough to hurt. He didn't let go. His eyes were locked on mine, and I could see the shift in his demeanor. The polite, shy guy was gone. What was left was someone I didn't recognize, someone dangerous. I pulled my hand back, but he didn't let go. He started talking again, his voice low and steady, telling me that he had done this before, that he knew how to make sure no one would ever find out. He said he could make it look like I had just disappeared, that no one would even know where to start looking for me. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I needed to get out, but I knew I couldn't just run for the door. I tried to stay calm, told him I needed to use the bathroom, hoping he'd let me go. He hesitated, his grip loosening just enough for me to pull free. I got up slowly, trying not to show how terrified I was. He watched me the whole time, that cold smile back on his face. Once I was in the bathroom, I locked the door and tried to think. My phone was still on the coffee table, but there was a small window in the bathroom that led to the back alley. It was a tight fit, but I didn't have any other options. I could hear him moving around in the living room, his footsteps getting closer to the bathroom door. I knew I didn't have much time. I quietly opened the window and started to climb out. It was a small window, but I managed to squeeze through, scraping my arms in the process. I landed hard on the pavement outside, but I didn't stop to check for injuries. I ran down the alley as fast as I could, not daring to look back. I could hear him yelling my name from the bathroom, his voice filled with anger, but I didn't stop. I ran to a neighbor's house and banged on the door until they let me in. I was out of breath, shaking all over, but I managed to tell them what had happened. They called the police for me, and I waited inside their house, too scared to even peek out the window. The police arrived quickly and searched my house, but by the time they got there, he was gone. They found the bottle of wine he had brought and some of his fingerprints, but nothing that led them to him. They said he was probably long gone, and I should stay with friends for a few days while they investigated. I did, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, watching, waiting. I changed all my locks, got a security system, but the fear never really went away. I never went back to online dating after that. The thought of meeting someone like him again was too much. Every time I hear a noise in the night, I wonder if it's him, if he found me. I try to tell myself it's just paranoia, but deep down, I know it's not. I was lucky to get out alive, and I'll never forget how close I came to disappearing without a trace. I got home late that night, way later than I usually do. I had been out with some friends, just catching up and having a few drinks. The city was quiet, and the streets were nearly empty. I was tired and ready to just get inside and crash for the night. But when I turned the corner onto my street, I noticed something wasn't right. My driveway was blocked by a car I didn't recognize. It was this old, beat-up sedan, parked right in front of my garage. I could see two people sitting inside, just sitting there with the engine off, no lights on. At first, I thought maybe they were just lost or something, but as I pulled up behind them, I could tell something was off. I sat there for a minute in my car, the headlights shining on the back of their car. I was hoping they'd get the hint and move, but they didn't. They just stayed there, not moving, not even acknowledging me. I started to feel this knot in my stomach, like something was wrong, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I honked my horn lightly, just a quick tap, to let them know I was there and needed them to move. That's when the driver's side door opened, and a guy stepped out. He was tall, wearing a hoodie with the hood up, so I couldn't see his face very well. He stood there for a second, just staring at me, and then slowly started walking towards my car. My heart started pounding. I wasn't sure what to do. He got close enough that I could see his face under the streetlights. He had this cold, dead look in his eyes, like he wasn't all there. I rolled down my window just a crack, enough to talk to him, but not enough for him to reach in or anything. "Can you move your car?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't answer right away, just kept staring at me with that empty look. Then he smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was the kind of smile that made my skin crawl. "We're just hanging out," he said, his voice low and rough. "You got a problem with that?" I didn't know what to say. I could see there was another guy still sitting in the car, watching us. I realized then that they weren't just some random people lost in the neighborhood. They were here for a reason, and whatever that reason was, it wasn't good. "Yeah, I need to park my car," I said, trying to sound confident, but I could hear the nervousness in my voice. He didn't move. He just stood there, still smiling that creepy smile. I glanced around the street, hoping to see someone else, anyone, but it was dead quiet. No one was around, and all the houses were dark. The guy finally stepped back, but he didn't go to move the car. Instead, he leaned down, looked me in the eye, and said, "Why don't you step out of the car? We can have a little chat." There was no way I was getting out of my car. I didn't know what these guys wanted, but I could feel it in my gut that it wasn't anything good. "I'm fine here," I said, keeping the window up just a crack. He straightened up, his smile fading. "You sure about that?" he asked, his tone more threatening now. My heart was racing. I was trying to think of what to do, but my mind was spinning. Then the other guy in the car opened his door and got out. He was shorter but stockier, and he looked just as rough as the first guy. They both stood there, blocking my way, their eyes on me like they were sizing me up. I knew I had to do something, and fast. I reached for my phone, thinking maybe I could call the police or at least pretend I was calling someone, but my hands were shaking so badly that I almost dropped it. The taller guy noticed and took a step closer. "Who you calling?" he asked, his voice icy. Before I could answer, the shorter guy moved to the passenger side of my car, peering in through the window. "Hey, man, no need for that," he said, but there was a menace in his voice that made my blood run cold. I realized then that I couldn't just sit there. They were trying to intimidate me, maybe worse, and I needed to get out of there. I didn't even think about it, I just hit the gas, swerving around their car and onto the street. I heard them shout something, but I didn't catch what it was. I just drove, as fast as I could, not caring where I was going as long as it was away from them. I didn't stop until I was several blocks away, in a part of the neighborhood that was better lit, where I could see other cars and people. My hands were still shaking, and my heart felt like it was about to pound out of my chest. I pulled over, trying to catch my breath and figure out what to do next. After a few minutes, I managed to calm down enough to think straight. I knew I couldn't go back home, at least not right away. I didn't know if those guys were still there or if they followed me. I drove around for a while, making sure I wasn't being tailed. When I was sure they weren't following me, I called the police. They came and checked out my place, but by the time they got there, the car was gone. The officers were nice enough, but I could tell they didn't think much could be done. There wasn't anything to go on, no license plate, nothing. They just told me to be careful and to call them if I saw anything suspicious. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every noise made me jump, and I kept thinking about those guys, wondering what they had really wanted. I was scared they might come back, but they never did. Still, the whole thing shook me up bad. I started parking my car on the street instead of in the driveway, and I put in some extra locks on my doors. It's been a while now, and nothing like that has happened again, but I still get nervous every time I pull up to my house at night. I keep thinking about those guys, the way they looked at me, like they were deciding what to do with me. I'm just glad I got out of there before they made up their minds. I decided to go camping alone in a state park in Michigan. I'd done it before, and I always found it peaceful. Just me, the trees, the quiet. It was a break from everything, you know? This time, I picked a spot that was more secluded than usual, away from the main trails. I set up my tent, got a fire going, and settled in for the night. The first night was fine. I heard the usual noises, wind in the trees, a few animals rustling around. It was calm. I fell asleep easily, feeling safe under the stars. The next morning, I hiked around, took some photos, and then came back to my camp to relax. I was enjoying the solitude, the feeling of being totally alone. That evening, I was sitting by the fire when I decided to go into my tent to grab a blanket. When I unzipped the tent, there was something inside that wasn't mine. A piece of paper, folded up, sitting right on top of my sleeping bag. My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't seen anyone all day. I picked up the paper, unfolded it, and read the words scrawled in big, messy letters. "Leave now." I just stood there, staring at the note, trying to make sense of it. My first thought was that someone was playing a joke, but who would do that out here? I hadn't told anyone where I was going. I stepped out of the tent and looked around, but everything was quiet. No signs of anyone else. I didn't know what to do, so I crumpled up the note and tossed it in the fire. I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself it was probably nothing. Maybe it was just some random note that got blown into my tent somehow. But that didn't make sense, and I knew it. Still, I wasn't going to let it ruin my trip. I stayed close to the fire, trying to keep my mind occupied until I finally felt tired enough to go to sleep. That night, I couldn't sleep well. Every little sound outside the tent made me jump. The wind sounded different, more sinister, and I kept imagining footsteps in the distance. But every time I peeked out, there was nothing. Just darkness and the outlines of the trees. In the morning, I found another note. This one was pinned to the outside of my tent. Last chance. The handwriting was the same, all jagged and uneven. My hands were shaking as I pulled the note down. It was clear now that someone was watching me, messing with me. I felt sick to my stomach, realizing how vulnerable I was out there, all alone. I started packing up my stuff, deciding it was time to leave. I didn't want to stick around to find out what would happen if I ignored the warnings. But as I packed, I kept glancing around, feeling like I was being watched. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever left those notes was still nearby, hiding in the trees. I had almost everything packed when I heard a branch snap behind me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Slowly, I turned around, but I didn't see anyone. The trees were thick, and the shadows were long, making it hard to tell if someone was out there or not. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer, but deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I grabbed my backpack and decided to leave the tent behind. It wasn't worth staying any longer than I had to. I started walking back toward the trail, moving quickly but trying not to run. I didn't want to seem panicked, but I was. Every step felt like it was being echoed by someone else, just out of sight. As I reached the main trail, I found another note, stuck to a tree with a knife. The words were different this time. Too late. I yanked the note down and looked around wildly, but I didn't see anyone. My breathing was ragged, fear creeping up my spine. I didn't know what to do, but I couldn't stay there. I started running down the trail, not caring how much noise I made. I kept running until I reached the parking lot where my car was. My legs were burning, and I was out of breath, but I didn't stop until I was inside the car with the doors locked. I sat there, trying to calm down, but my hands were shaking too much to even start the engine. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching me, but the lot was empty. I finally got the car started and peeled out of there, driving as fast as I could. I didn't look back. I just wanted to get as far away from those woods as possible. When I got home, I locked all my doors and windows, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. I called the park rangers the next day to report what happened, but they didn't find anything. They said they'd keep an eye out, but it didn't seem like they believed me. Maybe they thought it was just some kids playing a prank, but I knew it was more than that. The way those notes were written, the feeling of being watched, it wasn't just a prank. I haven't gone camping alone since then. The woods don't feel the same anymore. They used to be a place of peace for me, but now all I can think about is those notes and the person who left them. I still don't know who it was or what they wanted, but I'm just glad I got out of there when I did. I don't want to think about what might have happened if I had stayed another night. I had a leak in the kitchen sink that just wouldn't quit. It had been dripping for days, but I kept putting it off. Finally, it got to the point where the water started pooling under the sink, and I knew I had to do something about it. It was late, around 9 p.m., but I figured I'd try my luck and see if I could get a plumber to come out anyway. I found a 24-hour service online, gave them a call, and they said they could send someone over right away. I thought I was lucky. The plumber showed up about 30 minutes later. He looked normal enough, a guy in his late 40s, maybe early 50s, with a bit of a rough appearance. He had a toolbox in hand and a company shirt on, so I didn't think much of it. I just wanted the leak fixed so I could go to bed. He introduced himself as Dave and asked to see the problem. I led him to the kitchen, where the water was still slowly dripping from the pipes under the sink. He crouched down, took a look, and made some comment about how it wasn't a big deal, just some worn-out seals. He seemed friendly enough, making small talk as he worked. But after a few minutes, the conversation started to feel off. Dave started asking questions that didn't seem related to the job. "So, you live here alone?" he asked, glancing up at me from where he was kneeling. I felt a little uncomfortable, but I didn't want to be rude. I just nodded and said, "Yeah, just me." He didn't say anything for a minute, just kept working on the pipes, but I noticed his expression had changed. He was smiling, but not in a way that felt right. A few minutes later, he asked another question, this time about my locks. "You got good locks on your doors?" It's important to stay safe, especially at night. The way he said it made my skin crawl. It wasn't a casual question, it felt more like a warning. I told him I had deadbolts and left it at that, but I could feel my anxiety starting to rise. As he continued working, he started humming to himself, this low, tuneless hum that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, but I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to be paranoid, but every instinct was telling me that this guy wasn't just here to fix my sink. After about 20 minutes, Dave said he needed to go out to his truck to get another tool. I watched him leave through the back door, and as soon as he was outside, I locked it behind him. I don't know why I did it, but I just felt safer with that door locked. I waited by the sink, listening for any sounds outside, but everything was quiet. When he came back in, he didn't say anything about the door being locked. He just gave me a strange look, like he knew something I didn't. He went back to work under the sink, but I noticed he was moving slower now, taking his time with the repairs. It was like he was dragging it out, and I couldn't figure out why. Then he started talking again, but this time it was different. He wasn't asking questions anymore, he was making comments, weird ones. "You know," he said, his voice muffled from under the sink, "most people don't even notice when something's wrong in their own home until it's too late." My heart skipped a beat. I didn't know what he meant by that, but it didn't sound good. I tried to stay calm, telling myself he was just a weird guy and nothing more, but I couldn't help feeling trapped. I was standing there in my own kitchen, but it felt like I was the one out of place, like I shouldn't have been there. I glanced around, looking for anything I could use if things went south, but there was nothing within reach that seemed useful. Then he said something that made my blood run cold. "You ever think about how easy it would be for someone to just walk in and never leave?" He said it casually, like he was talking about the weather, but the implication was clear. I tried to laugh it off, but it came out shaky. "I guess that's why I have those locks," I said, trying to sound confident. He didn't respond right away, just kept fiddling with the pipes. When he finally spoke again, his tone had changed. "Locks only keep out the honest ones," he muttered, almost like he was talking to himself. I felt my stomach drop. I was starting to feel trapped in my own home, with this guy between me and the only way out. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just stand there and wait for whatever was going to happen next. I cleared my throat and said, "You know what? I think I'm going to call it a night. Can you finish this up tomorrow?" I tried to sound casual, but my voice was shaking. He didn't move at first, just stayed crouched under the sink. For a long moment, I thought he was going to refuse, but then he slowly stood up, wiping his hands on a rag. He looked at me with that strange smile again, and I could see something in his eyes that made my skin crawl. "Sure," he said, "I can come back tomorrow." I nodded, backing away toward the front door. "I'll see you out," I offered, trying to keep my voice steady. He followed me, but there was something about the way he was moving, slow and deliberate, that made me nervous. When we reached the door, I opened it as quickly as I could. He stepped out onto the porch, but before I could close the door, he turned back to me. "Sleep tight," he said, that unsettling smile still on his face. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands trembling. I stood there, listening to his footsteps fade away, but I didn't feel safe until I heard his truck start up and drive off. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the things he'd said, the way he looked at me. I knew I couldn't let him come back. The next morning, I called the plumbing company and told them I didn't need their services anymore. They didn't ask why, and I didn't offer an explanation. I just wanted to put the whole thing behind me. But even now, weeks later, I can't shake the feeling that he's still out there, somewhere, thinking about the night he spent in my home. I double-check my locks every night, but it doesn't help. Every time I hear a creak or a strange noise, I remember his words, "Locks only keep out the honest ones." And I wonder if, one day, he'll decide to come back. The power went out around 8 p.m. I was alone in the farmhouse, and the storm outside was getting worse. The wind was howling, and the rain was pounding against the windows. I tried to stay calm, but the darkness made everything feel more intense. I checked the breaker box, but everything looked fine, so I decided to call for help. I found a number for emergency electrical services and dialed it. A guy picked up, and after I explained the situation, he said he could be there within an hour. True to his word, about 45 minutes later, a truck pulled up the long gravel driveway. I watched from the window as the man got out. He looked like a typical technician, wearing a uniform and carrying a toolbox. I was relieved, thinking he'd get the power back on quickly, and everything would go back to normal. When I opened the door, he smiled and introduced himself as Mike. He seemed friendly enough, shaking my hand and assuring me he'd take care of everything. He asked to see the breaker box, so I led him to the basement. As we walked down the creaky stairs, he made small talk, asking how long I'd lived there and if I was alone. The last question made me a little uneasy, but I shrugged it off, figuring he was just being polite. He started checking the breaker box, mumbling to himself as he worked. I stood nearby, trying to stay out of his way. After a few minutes, he said there was a problem with the wiring and that it might take a while to fix. He asked if I had a flashlight or some candles since the basement was pretty dark. I handed him a flashlight, and he continued working, but I noticed he was moving slowly, like he wasn't in any rush to finish the job. As time passed, I started to feel more and more uncomfortable. Mike's questions became more personal. He asked if I had family nearby, if anyone else knew I was having electrical problems, things that didn't seem relevant to the job. I gave short, vague answers, hoping he'd just focus on fixing the power. But the more he talked, the less he seemed like a normal technician. At one point, he stopped what he was doing and turned to look at me, shining the flashlight right in my face. "You know, it's dangerous to be out here all alone in a storm like this," he said, his tone changing. It wasn't friendly anymore. It was almost like a warning. I didn't know how to respond, so I just nodded, feeling my pulse quicken. Mike went back to working on the breaker box, but now I was on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The way he was acting didn't sit right with me. He kept glancing at me out of the corner of his eye, like he was sizing me up. I was beginning to regret letting him into the house. Suddenly, he stood up and slammed the breaker box shut. "Looks like this is going to be a bigger job than I thought," he said, his voice carrying an edge I hadn't noticed before. "I might need to spend the night here to keep an eye on things. Make sure nothing else goes wrong." My heart skipped a beat. There was no way I was letting him stay, but I didn't want to make him angry. I forced a smile and told him I'd call the company in the morning to send someone else if needed. But he didn't seem to like that answer. He stepped closer, too close, and said, "I really think it's better if I stay. You never know what might happen in a storm like this." I took a step back, trying to keep my voice steady as I told him it wasn't necessary. He didn't move, just stood there staring at me, his eyes narrowing. The air felt heavy, and I could feel panic rising in my chest. I knew I had to get him out of the house, but I wasn't sure how. After what felt like forever, he finally backed off, muttering something under his breath. He grabbed his toolbox and said he needed to check something outside. I watched him go, my heart pounding in my ears. As soon as the door closed behind him, I locked it and grabbed my phone. I didn't care about the storm anymore, I just wanted him gone. I tried to call the company again, but the call wouldn't go through. I don't know if it was the storm or something else, but I couldn't get a signal. I started to feel trapped, like the walls were closing in on me. I checked the windows and doors, making sure everything was locked, but I knew that wouldn't stop him if he decided to come back in. Then, I heard footsteps on the porch. My stomach dropped. I peered through the window and saw Mike standing there, staring at the door. He didn't knock or say anything, just stood there with his toolbox in hand. The way he looked at the door sent chills down my spine. I backed away, not wanting him to see me, but I could feel his eyes on the house. I went to the kitchen and grabbed a knife, my hand shaking. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I felt better having something to protect myself with. The power was still out, and the house was eerily quiet, except for the sound of the wind and rain outside. Minutes passed, and I didn't hear anything. I started to wonder if he'd left, but I didn't dare go to the door to check. Then, out of nowhere, there was a loud bang from the back of the house. I jumped, gripping the knife tighter. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. I knew I couldn't stay in the house, but I was too scared to go outside. I crept toward the back of the house, trying to stay quiet. When I reached the kitchen, I saw the back door was wide open, rain blowing in. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I quickly slammed the door shut and locked it, but I knew he could have already gotten inside. I backed away, my eyes darting around the room, looking for any sign of him. The shadows seemed to stretch and twist in the darkness, and every little noise made me jump. I felt like I was being hunted, like he was just waiting for the right moment to strike. Then, I heard a low chuckle coming from somewhere in the house. My blood ran cold. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. I knew he was inside, somewhere, and I was trapped. I had to get out, but I didn't know where he was. I decided to make a run for it. I bolted for the front door, not caring if he heard me. I just needed to get out of the house. As I reached the door, I heard footsteps behind me, fast and heavy. I didn't look back. I yanked the door open and ran out into the storm, the rain soaking me instantly. I didn't stop running until I reached the neighbor's house, which was a good half-mile away. I banged on the door, screaming for help, and they let me in, looking at me like I was crazy. I tried to explain what had happened, but I was too out of breath and scared to make any sense. They called the police, and when they arrived, they found Mike's truck still parked at my house, but he was gone. They searched the area but didn't find any sign of him. The police said they'd keep an eye out, but I could tell they didn't think it was a big deal. They probably thought I was overreacting, that it was just a misunderstanding. But I knew better. The look in his eyes, the way he spoke, it wasn't a misunderstanding. He had planned something bad, and I had barely gotten away. I had been working the night shift as a security guard at an old warehouse in Los Angeles for a few months. The place was massive and had been abandoned for years. Most nights were uneventful, just walking the floors and checking the cameras. It was lonely and a bit eerie, but nothing ever happened. One night, around 1 a.m., I started hearing noises coming from the far end of the warehouse. It was strange because I had checked every door and window, and everything seemed secure. At first, I thought it might just be the building settling or something like that. The noises were faint, but they grew louder, like someone was moving around in the dark. I went to check it out, flashlight in hand. The warehouse was a maze of old shelves and machinery. I moved cautiously, shining my light into every corner. The noise stopped as soon as I reached the area where I thought I'd heard it. I stood still, listening, but all I could hear was the sound of my own breathing and the occasional creak of the building. Just when I was about to turn back, I saw something move in the corner of my eye. It was quick, just a shadow darting across the wall. My heart started pounding. I knew the place was supposed to be empty, but now I wasn't so sure. I went in the direction where I saw the shadow, but there was nothing there. I walked back toward the security office, feeling uneasy. The feeling of being watched was growing stronger. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on my mind. But then, I heard the noise again, this time much closer. It sounded like footsteps. I turned around and shone my flashlight toward the source of the sound. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling of dread was overwhelming. I tried to call out, "Hello," but the only response was silence. I decided to check the security monitors in the office to see if there was anything unusual. When I got back to the office, I noticed that the camera feeds were flickering. This had never happened before. I checked each feed, but the screens were mostly static, with occasional flickers of movement that didn't make much sense. I felt a chill run down my spine. Something was definitely wrong. I grabbed the radio and tried to contact the main office, but there was no response. I started to feel trapped. The power was still on, and the lights were working, but the air seemed to have changed. It was colder, and the shadows in the warehouse seemed to move on their own. I decided to make another sweep of the building. As I walked through the empty aisles, I started to notice more strange things. Doors that I was sure I had locked were now ajar. Tools and equipment that had been in one place were now moved. It was like someone or something was deliberately trying to unsettle me. Then I saw them. Figures, just out of reach of the light, moving around in the distance. They were not clear, more like dark shapes against the darkness. My flashlight beam couldn't penetrate the shadows well enough to see who or what they were. I froze, trying to make sense of it. I decided to retreat and lock myself in the security office. As I walked back, I heard a loud bang behind me. I whipped around and saw a door slamming shut by itself. I could hear muffled voices coming from the direction of the noise. My anxiety spiked, and I rushed back to the office, locking the door behind me. I tried to keep calm and figured I could use the radio again to call for help. I tried dialing different channels, but there was still no response. I was alone, and whoever or whatever was out there was getting closer. I could hear the sound of footsteps and the clanging of metal coming from the other side of the building. The security office had a small window facing the interior of the warehouse. I watched through it, seeing shadows moving back and forth. My hands were shaking, and my mind was racing. I knew I had to do something, but I wasn't sure what. Then I heard a voice, not far from the door. It was a harsh, guttural whispering. I couldn't make out what it was saying, but it was definitely directed at me. The whispers were getting louder, and I could hear them moving closer to the office. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I looked around the office, trying to find something I could use to defend myself. All I had was a small flashlight and the radio. I thought about trying to escape through the small window, but I was afraid they'd see me and catch me before I could get away. Suddenly, the door to the office started to shake. Someone was trying to get in. I grabbed the flashlight and held it tightly, bracing myself. The shaking stopped, and I could hear footsteps retreating. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I used the radio one last time, desperately calling for help. I heard a voice crackle through the radio, faint but clear. It was someone from the main office, asking what was going on. I explained as best as I could, trying to stay calm. They told me they were sending help right away. While I waited, I kept an eye on the shadows outside. The noise stopped, and the building was eerily quiet. The only sound was the storm outside. I didn't dare move from the office. The minutes felt like hours as I waited for the police or anyone to arrive. Eventually, I heard sirens in the distance. The lights of police cars and a few other vehicles illuminated the warehouse. I could see the figures outside moving away from the office, disappearing into the night. Relief washed over me as I saw the flashing lights getting closer. The police came inside, and I told them everything that had happened. They searched the warehouse but found no one inside. They checked the security footage, which had mysteriously cleared up, showing nothing out of the ordinary. They didn't find any sign of forced entry or anyone hiding in the building. I tried to explain the feeling of being watched and the noises, but they seemed skeptical. They assured me that they would increase patrols in the area and that I should be safe now. I was grateful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had gone horribly wrong. After the police left, I packed up my things and left the warehouse. I couldn't bring myself to go back after that night. The sense of dread and the feeling of being hunted never left me. I never found out who or what was in that warehouse, but I knew I had narrowly escaped something terrible. I remember booking an Airbnb for a weekend getaway with my friends. The place seemed perfect, great reviews, cozy vibes, and picturesque surroundings. But when we got there, it was off. The host seemed friendly at first, welcoming us with a warm smile. But there was something in his eyes, something that didn't quite match his smile. It was like a hint of something unsettling, something hidden beneath the surface. The house was spacious, but it felt empty, almost hollow. We shrugged it off, thinking it was just the initial jitters of being in a new place. But then things started to get weird. There were these notes left around the house, little messages that felt off. They were cryptic, almost like puzzles, telling us to complete tasks. It felt like a game, a twisted one. The first task was simple: find a key hidden in the house. Innocent enough, right? But the key led to more tasks, each one more bizarre and sinister than the last. Then came the rules. We had to follow these rules, weird instructions that made us feel like we were part of some experiment. Breaking the rules had consequences, and those consequences were terrifying. One rule was to never go into the basement. It was locked, sealed tight, and the host made it clear it was off limits. But the curiosity got the best of us. We wanted to know why. So, late at night, we tried to pick the lock, just to see what was down there. As the door creaked open, a chill ran down our spines. The basement was pitch black, but we could feel something ominous lurking within. We heard whispers, faint, almost inaudible. It was eerie, hair-raising. Suddenly, the host appeared out of nowhere, a cold, unsettling smile on his face. He didn't say anything, just stared at us with those unnerving eyes. We bolted, slammed the door shut, and locked it behind us. But it didn't end there. The tasks continued, each one pushing us further, making us question our sanity. We felt trapped, like puppets in a sick game controlled by our host. One task led us to a room filled with strange symbols, drawings on the walls that made no sense. It felt like we were being watched, observed by something unseen. Fear gnawed at us, and we wanted to leave, but it was as if the house wouldn't let us. The nights were the worst. The house seemed to come alive, strange noises echoing through the corridors. We barely slept, always on edge, always feeling like something was lurking in the shadows. Our phones stopped working. No signal, no way to call for help. We were cut off from the outside world, stuck in this twisted game orchestrated by our host. The final task was the most terrifying. It was a note, left on the kitchen table, telling us to confront our deepest fears. We didn't understand what it meant until we found ourselves in a room with mirrors all around. The mirrors showed us our fears, our darkest thoughts, as if they were coming to life. It was horrifying, seeing things that shouldn't exist, things that haunted our nightmares. That's when we realized we were losing our minds. The house, the tasks, the host, they were all playing with our sanity. It felt like we were slipping into madness, unable to distinguish reality from the twisted illusions. We had to get out. We had to break free from this nightmare. We made a run for it, ignoring the rules, ignoring the consequences. We smashed a window, climbed out, and sprinted into the night. We didn't stop running until we reached civilization, gasping for air, hearts racing. We looked back at the house, but it was like it had vanished into thin air. It was just an empty, dark silhouette in the distance. We never found out what that was all about, what kind of sick game we got dragged into. It was like a nightmare, a waking nightmare that felt all too real. And I still can't shake off that feeling that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't a game at all. I'm not sure if you're pulling my leg or really want to hear about that horrific night. Okay, brace yourself. So, it was a chilly weekend getaway, and a bunch of us decided to rent this cozy little cabin in the woods. Looked like something out of a travel magazine, rustic, charming, and nestled among the trees. But appearances, well, they can deceive. First impressions with the host were unusual. He had this aloof, almost creepy vibe, not the friendly, welcoming attitude you'd expect. Anyway, we thought, maybe he's just shy or something. We started settling in, and there were these small oddities, nothing too serious at first. Little things misplaced, subtle signs of intrusion. Initially, we brushed it off, thought we were just being paranoid city dwellers in the woods. As the sun began to set, that's when things took a strange turn. We were out on the porch, enjoying the tranquility of the surroundings when a sudden noise cut through the silence, a distant scream echoing through the woods. We looked at each other, all spooked. Dismissing it as some animal or a prank, we tried to get back to having a good time, but a sense of unease lingered. It was like an invisible weight on our shoulders, a feeling that something wasn't quite right. Later that evening, we stumbled upon a locked room in the cabin. The host had explicitly told us it was off limits, but curiosity got the better of us. One of us, let's call him Mark, fiddled with the lock, tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. It felt like a silent warning, don't go there. Fast forward to the night, things started getting seriously weird. We heard eerie sounds outside, footsteps creeping around the cabin, and whispers. Not the kind you hear from your friends, no, these were gut-churning, spine-tingling whispers that made our hair stand on end. The electricity went off, plunging us into pitch darkness. Our phones barely had a signal. Panic began to set in, and we tried to keep our cool, sticking together, trying to reassure each other. But in our hearts, we knew something was very, very wrong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A chilling, relentless knock that sent shivers down our spines. We hesitated, debated, but eventually, Mark, the brave soul, decided to check it out. I remember the look on his face when he opened the door, shock, disbelief, and sheer horror. There, standing in the moonlight, was a figure, a shadowy, sinister silhouette, clad in darkness. It felt like the embodiment of fear itself. Before any of us could react, the figure bolted, disappearing into the woods. We were frozen, stunned, and terrified. We wanted to leave, to escape that nightmare, but then we realized the keys were missing. The cabin was locked from the outside. Trapped. Our hearts raced, pounding in unison as we realized the gravity of the situation. Panic set in, and we scrambled, trying to find a way out. That's when we found it, a hidden door. A secret passage that led to that forbidden room. We couldn't resist, our curiosity overpowered by fear and dread. What we found there, oh God, it was the stuff of nightmares. Pictures, documents, news clippings, all linking our host to a series of unsolved disappearances in the area. It was like a serial killer's hideout, a grim reminder of the horrors that took place there. Our minds were racing, trying to piece it all together. The screams we heard earlier, the eerie signs, the strange happenings, it all made horrifying sense now. We were in the den of a predator, a place where unspeakable things happened. Time was slipping away, and we knew we had to get out, had to escape. But the realization that we were trapped, locked in by this maniac, it hit us hard. Our only option was to run, to flee into the woods and hope for the best. We gathered what little courage we had left and made a dash for it. Each step felt like an eternity, our hearts pounding in sync with our terrified breaths. We didn't look back, running blindly into the darkness, praying to make it out alive. We finally stumbled upon a road, and in the distance, we saw the lights of a passing car. We waved, screamed, pleaded for help. The car stopped, and we frantically explained the horror we had just escaped. The police were called, and we gave them every detail, every grim discovery we stumbled upon in that cabin. But when they reached the place, there was no sign of our deranged host or the evidence of his gruesome crimes. We were shaken to the core, haunted by that night. It was like a horror movie turned real, a nightmare that felt all too tangible. We got lucky, made it out alive, but the memories of that night still haunt me. The twisted mind behind the cabin, the horrors he might have inflicted on those who never made it out, it's something I never want to face again. Me and my friends rented this Airbnb for a weekend getaway. It looked perfect from the pictures. But when we got there, there was this weird door in the hallway that was locked, and the host didn't mention anything about it. The house was old, and there was something eerie about it. Creaky floorboards, dim lighting, the whole deal. But hey, we were on vacation, right? We decided to have fun and ignore the odd vibes. On the second night, curiosity got the best of us. We found the door slightly ajar. We couldn't resist. I mean, wouldn't you check it out if you saw a secret door in a creepy old house? Behind it was this dusty room, cluttered with old furniture and covered in cobwebs. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. But then, in the corner, we saw something that made us freeze, a pile of old, weathered photographs and some strange objects. The photos were unsettling, depicting a family from a long time ago. But there was something off about them. They all had these dark circles drawn around the faces, as if someone had marked them out. As we continued snooping, we found a journal hidden under a loose floorboard. It was filled with cryptic entries, ranting about some kind of ritual and the need for cleansing. That's when we heard it, the sound of footsteps. We froze, looking at each other in terror. We weren't alone. Someone was in the house with us. We quickly shoved everything back where we found it and rushed out of the room, shutting the door behind us. We tried to act normal, but we were spooked. We didn't dare mention what we found to the host. We didn't want to cause any trouble. That night, we barely slept. Every creak, every noise had us on edge. We felt like we were being watched. But we tried to convince ourselves that it was just our imagination. The next morning, we decided to take another look at the secret room. We needed to know more about what we stumbled upon. But when we returned, the door was sealed shut. It was like it had never been opened. We were freaked out and confused. How did it lock on its own? Did the host find out we went in there? The whole situation was getting weirder by the minute. That day, the atmosphere in the house was tense. We felt trapped, like there was something sinister lingering around us. And that's when things got even worse. The power went out, plunging the house into darkness. We stumbled around, trying to find some flashlights or candles, anything to light up the place. As we fumbled around in the dark, a strange smell hit us. It was foul, like something rotting. We followed it to the hallway, and that's when we saw it, blood oozing out from under the sealed door. We panicked. Was someone hurt? Was there something terrible behind that door? We debated calling the police, but were afraid of what they might find. Plus, we weren't sure if they'd believe our story about the sealed room. The smell intensified, and we couldn't take it anymore. We decided to leave, packing our things in a frenzy. We left a note for the host, saying there was an emergency and that we had to leave immediately. As we were getting into our car, we heard sirens in the distance. We didn't stick around to see what was happening. We just wanted to get as far away from the house as possible. We never found out what was behind that sealed door. We tried searching online for any history about the house or the family in the photos, but there was nothing. It was like the place didn't exist. That experience haunted us. We couldn't shake off the feeling that something dark and twisted lurked in that house. It was a chilling reminder that sometimes curiosity leads you into places you shouldn't go. We never spoke about it again, but that night in the Airbnb was etched into our memories. It made us question what secrets lay hidden behind closed doors and what horrors might be lurking just out of sight. I woke up to a quiet morning, thinking it would be a regular day. The guests who'd stayed over had booked a place for the weekend. I usually leave them be during their stay, don't want to intrude on their privacy. But that day, when they checked out, I knew something was off. As I walked into the house, the air felt different, heavy almost. The usual fresh smell of pine and what was replaced by something acrid, like burnt plastic. My heart started to race, sensing something wasn't right. The door creaked open, and there it was. The house was a mess. Broken glass scattered across the floor, furniture overturned, and some rooms looked ransacked. It was like a tornado had ripped through the place. I felt a chill down my spine. I rushed through the rooms, checking everything, trying to make sense of the chaos. The kitchen was a war zone, plates shattered, drawers pulled out, and food strewn everywhere. The living room looked like a battlefield, couches overturned, pillows ripped apart. I found a note on the table, scrawled in a hasty script, "Sorry for the mess. Sudden family emergency. Had to leave. We'll send money for damage." I read it, trying to make sense of the situation, but my gut told me something darker had unfolded here. I mean, what kind of family emergency would cause this level of destruction? I approached the hallway, and that's when I saw it, the broken photo frame, a picture of a happy family, the glass shattered over their smiles. My heart sank. This wasn't just some impulsive mess, something deeper had happened here. I noticed a faint smell, metallic, almost a scent that made my stomach turn. It led me to the guest room, the door slightly ajar. I pushed it open and my breath hitched. The room was a disaster, sheets tossed around, curtains ripped, but that wasn't the worst part. There, on the floor, was a dark stain, a stain that looked eerily like blood. My heart was racing, the realization sinking in. What on earth had happened here? The guests had left, and I was left with this horror show, this eerie aftermath. I called the police, trying to keep calm as I explained what I'd found. They arrived quickly, and as they surveyed the scene, their faces grew grim. They took photos, dusted for fingerprints, and asked me endless questions. But none of it seemed to provide answers. Hours felt like an eternity as they combed through the house. I was sitting there, shaken, not knowing what to do. They assured me they'd investigate, but in that moment, I felt so vulnerable, so exposed. As they left, I was alone in the eerie silence of the house. The horror of what had happened lingered in the air. I tried to piece it together, to understand what could have led to this chaos. But there were no answers, just questions that gnawed at me. Days passed, and the police investigation yielded no clues. The house was back in order, but the eerie feeling remained. It was like a shadow had settled over the place, a sense of unease that I couldn't shake off. I tried reaching out to the guests, but all my attempts were met with silence. It felt like a bad dream, one I couldn't wake up from. I thought about the stains, the ransacked rooms, the broken photo, and that note. It all felt too bizarre, too unsettling. I couldn't bear the weight of the unanswered questions, the unease that had settled in. It haunted me, made me second-guess every creak, every shadow in that house. What had happened that day, and why? It was a nightmare without an end, a chilling mystery that remained unsolved. The guests had left, but their presence lingered, not in the joyous memories they should have left behind, but in the haunting, unnerving mystery they brought to my doorstep. It was a day I wish I could forget, a day that still sends shivers down my spine. I'd been working as a night watchman at this old, rundown building for a few weeks. It was eerie, dark, and the place held a strange vibe. Every night felt like a horror movie waiting to happen. Most nights were quiet, except for the usual sounds, creaks, rustles, and the wind howling through the corridors. One night, things took a terrifying turn. I was doing my usual rounds when I heard faint whispers. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew the building was abandoned, and anyone inside after hours wasn't supposed to be there. My instincts told me something was wrong. I followed the whispers, trying to be as quiet as possible. The building had countless rooms and corridors, and in the dim light, it was easy to get disoriented. I felt a chill run down my spine as I crept closer to the source of the sound. There, in the distance, I saw shadows flickering. My pulse quickened, and I could hear my heart thumping in my ears. I tried to steady my breathing, keeping out of sight, but wanting to see what was happening. My curiosity was tinged with fear. As I got closer, I could make out figures masked and dressed in dark clothes. They were sneaking around, whispering to each other, their voices filled with malice. I hid behind a pillar, watching, trying to make sense of what was going on. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. These trespassers weren't here for harmless mischief. They had tools, bags, and from the way they moved, it seemed they were here for something more sinister. My stomach turned. I knew I had to do something, but fear gripped me, making my movements sluggish. I reached for my phone to call the authorities, but my hands trembled. I didn't want to risk making any noise and alerting these intruders to my presence. One of them, the apparent leader, started drawing symbols on the wall, a dark, ominous circle. My breath hitched, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. What were they planning to do? It all felt wrong, twisted, and dangerous. They started to mutter in a language I couldn't understand. The atmosphere grew heavier, and a sense of dread washed over me. I wished I could leave, but I was rooted to the spot, unable to tear my eyes away from the scene unfolding before me. Suddenly, they stopped and looked around, sensing something. My heart skipped a beat. Had they heard me? Were they coming in my direction? I pressed myself further into the shadows, praying they wouldn't find me. Thankfully, they moved away, continuing whatever eerie ritual they'd been performing. I tried to calm my racing heart, but fear had me in its grip. I knew I had to act fast and get help. I slowly backed away, my footsteps barely making a sound. As I reached a safe distance, I ran as quietly as I could, leaving the building behind. I dialed 911 as I sprinted, explaining the situation as best as I could, hoping they'd arrive in time. The police arrived at the building, their sirens piercing the night. I guided them to where I'd seen the trespassers, my hands shaking as I recounted the chilling scene. They searched the area thoroughly but found no one. I felt a mix of relief and fear. What were those trespassers planning? Had I interrupted something sinister? It haunted me for weeks, the fear never truly leaving me. I still shudder thinking about that night, the malevolent intentions I witnessed, and the questions that linger, questions I may never get the answers to. I worked the night shift at the hospital. The night was silent, the corridors dimly lit, and the rooms mostly quiet. But some nights, things happened that I couldn't explain. There was this one patient, Mr. Johnson, in room 213. He was recovering from surgery, but every time I walked by his room, he was awake, staring at the wall with these wide, unblinking eyes. He never acknowledged me, just kept his gaze fixed, which sent a chill down my spine. Then, there was Mrs. Carter in room 227. She'd been here for weeks, battling an infection. But she would wake up in the middle of the night, screaming about someone being in her room, despite it being empty. She was shaking, her eyes darting around, pleading for help, but there was no one there. It wasn't just the patients, it was the atmosphere that felt eerie at times. The lights flickered occasionally, and strange noises echoed down the empty halls. The whole place felt suffused with an eerie energy, making me feel on edge. One night, as I made my rounds, I heard murmurs coming from the empty room 240. I cautiously pushed the door open, expecting to find a patient in distress. But the room was empty, just an empty bed and a stillness that made my skin crawl. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was probably just the air conditioning. Then, there was the patient in room 219, a young man recovering from an accident. He was usually quiet, but one night, he started talking to himself, whispering about someone watching him from the corner. I tried to calm him, but he just kept staring at the empty space, terror in his eyes. As the nights passed, these occurrences became more frequent. Patients would talk about seeing shadows or hearing whispers in the dark. Some even claimed they were being watched by unseen figures. I tried to dismiss it as hallucinations or paranoia, but the fear in their eyes felt real. One night, as I checked on a patient, I heard a faint, eerie melody echoing down the corridor. It sounded like an old music box, soft and haunting. I followed the sound, and it led me to the abandoned wing of the hospital, the part they closed off years ago. But the music was coming from there, drifting through the silent halls. I hesitated, my heart pounding, but curiosity got the better of me. I pushed open the creaky door and stepped into the darkness. The melody grew louder, guiding me deeper into the abandoned area. The air was thick, and an unsettling feeling settled over me. I followed the sound until it suddenly stopped. The silence was deafening. That's when I heard it, a whisper, barely audible, right behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there, just the empty corridor, the dim light casting eerie shadows. I raced back to the main wing, shaken. I tried to convince myself it was a figment of my imagination, but that feeling of dread lingered. Something about that place felt wrong, like it held secrets I didn't want to uncover. The next night, I was attending to my duties when I heard footsteps coming from the closed-off area again. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I stood there, listening intently, trying to make sense of it. But then, I saw shadows moving along the walls, shapes that shouldn't have been there. My breath hitched as I watched the shadows, feeling an inexplicable terror grip me. I wanted to leave, to run, but my feet were rooted to the ground. The footsteps drew closer, echoing louder with each passing moment. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and in that brief moment of darkness, I saw figures, silhouettes of people, standing at the edge of the abandoned wing. Their presence felt wrong, sending a shiver down my spine. I stumbled backward, my heart racing, and I turned and fled, not looking back until I was back in the main corridor. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, my mind racing with questions and fear. What were those figures? Who or what was making those noises? I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, but the fear that I felt was too real. I wanted to leave, to quit my job, but I needed it. So, I forced myself to carry on, to keep my eyes straight, and to ignore the unsettling occurrences. But the fear lingered, making every sound, every whisper, seem like a haunting presence. I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off about that hospital, about those empty corridors and the patients' whispers. I worked my shifts, keeping my head down, but the fear never left me, making every night shift a dreadful experience. I used to work as a park ranger, and let me tell you, most nights were quiet, just me patrolling the grounds. But this one night, things took a turn for the worse. I was doing my usual rounds when I heard voices, real low and harsh, like they were arguing. I followed the sound, trying to figure out what was going on. It was pitch black, and my flashlight was barely cutting through the darkness. That's when I saw them, two guys, both looking rough, real shady. They were talking in hushed tones, but it didn't sound friendly. I thought maybe they were lost or something, but their body language was off, real aggressive. I called out to them, asking if they needed help, but they just turned towards me, and something about their expressions gave me the chills. I tried to keep calm, telling them I was a ranger, there to assist if needed. But they didn't seem interested in that. They started walking towards me, slow but purposeful, and I felt this knot in my stomach. It was like they were sizing me up. I asked again if everything was okay, trying to defuse the situation, but they didn't respond. It felt like they were closing in, and that's when I noticed something shiny in one of their hands. It looked like a knife, and my heart started racing. I took a step back, trying to keep a distance, but they kept coming closer. I felt this surge of fear, like I was in danger. I radioed for backup, hoping someone would hear, but the reception was poor, and I wasn't sure if anyone got the message. I tried to reason with them, telling them to back off, that I didn't want any trouble. But they just sneered, and that's when they lunged at me. I dodged the attack, stumbling back, and I knew I had to get out of there. I turned to run, but they were fast, chasing after me. I heard their footsteps, getting closer, and I felt this panic rising inside me. I sprinted through the trees, trying to lose them, but they were right behind me. I didn't know where I was going, just running blindly, hoping I'd find some place to hide. My breath was ragged, and fear was making my heart pound so loud, I thought they'd hear it. I stumbled upon this old abandoned cabin, and without thinking twice, I darted inside, trying to catch my breath. I hid in the shadows, praying they hadn't seen where I went. I heard their voices outside, cursing and searching for me. I stayed as quiet as I could, trying to control my breathing. It felt like an eternity, waiting for them to leave. Eventually, their voices faded, and I peeked out cautiously. I didn't see them anywhere, but I didn't want to take any chances. I waited a while longer, making sure it was safe before I dared to leave the cabin. I radioed for help again, telling them what happened. Backup arrived, but those guys were long gone. They searched the area, but there was no trace of them. I reported everything to the authorities, but without much to go on, there wasn't a lot they could do. It left me shaken, knowing how close I came to something real dangerous. After that night, I was always on edge during my patrols. I couldn't shake off that feeling of being watched, like those guys might come back. It was like a nightmare that didn't end, and I felt like I was always looking over my shoulder. My car suddenly sputtered and came to a halt. I tried everything, but it just wouldn't start. I was stranded, no signal, no help in sight. I decided to walk, hoping to find help or at least a place with a phone. It was eerily quiet, just the sound of my footsteps on the asphalt. The darkness felt suffocating, the only light coming from the distant stars. After a while, I saw headlights approaching in the distance, relief washing over me. But as the car got closer, I realized it wasn't slowing down, it was speeding towards me. I jumped out of the way just in time, heart racing, as the car zoomed past. It was terrifying, this reckless behavior on this empty road. I kept walking, feeling this sense of urgency to find help. Then, I saw a small building in the distance, a rundown gas station. I thought maybe they'd have a phone or could help with my car trouble. As I approached, the lights were flickering, giving this eerie feeling. There were a few people outside, smoking, just staring at me as I got closer. They looked rough, unwelcoming. I tried to smile and ask for help, explaining my situation, but they just stared, this unsettling silence that made my skin crawl. One of them finally spoke, gruffly saying they couldn't help and to leave. It felt wrong, this refusal to help someone in need, but their demeanor sent alarm bells ringing in my head. I decided to leave, feeling this growing fear. As I turned, I saw them whispering, casting glances in my direction. It was like they were planning something, this sinister vibe that made me shiver. I walked back towards my car, trying to remain calm, but the unease grew with every step. It felt like they were watching me, this sense of being hunted in the darkness. I reached my car and tried to fix it again, but it was no use. That's when I heard footsteps behind me, getting closer. I turned around, and it was them, the people from the gas station, approaching with this eerie silence. I felt this primal fear, this fight or flight response kicking in. I tried to reason with them, asking for help again, but they just stood there, this menacing silence surrounding them. I knew I had to get away, to escape this eerie situation. I sprinted into the darkness, hoping to find refuge, hoping to get away from those sinister individuals. But they were faster, this pursuit that made my heart race. I could hear their footsteps getting closer, their gruff voices shouting something unintelligible. I didn't stop running, didn't look back, just kept going, hoping to find safety. It felt like an eternity before I stumbled upon another car on the highway. I waved frantically, begging for help, and thankfully, they stopped. I jumped in, trying to explain what happened, this fear still gripping me. The driver took me to the nearest town, where I could get help. I reported the incident to the authorities, but without much to go on, there wasn't anything they could do. It was a nightmarish encounter, being stranded on that desolate stretch of highway, encountering those sinister individuals who seemed intent on causing harm. Me and a couple of friends were on this road trip, cruising through the country, when we decided to take a break at this remote rest stop. It seemed peaceful, nestled among the trees, but that tranquility didn't last long. There were a few other cars parked there, and some people hanging around. At first, it all seemed normal, just travelers taking a break like us. But as we got closer, something felt off. There was this group of individuals, a rough-looking bunch, giving off this unsettling vibe. They were staring at us, not saying a word, just watching as we parked. We tried to ignore it, thinking maybe they were just curious, but their stares made us uneasy. We walked towards the rest area, hoping to find some snacks or a restroom. As we got closer, we noticed more of them, just loitering around. They didn't seem like regular travelers, more like they were waiting for something or someone. We went inside, hoping to find refuge, but there were more of them in there. They didn't acknowledge us, just kept to themselves, but the air felt tense, this silent tension that made me anxious. We tried to play it cool, pretending everything was fine, but I could feel their eyes on us, this unsettling gaze that followed our every move. We grabbed some snacks and decided to head back to our car. But as we walked out, they started to gather around us, blocking our path. I could sense danger, this sudden shift in their demeanor. They weren't just curious anymore, they looked menacing, this sudden aggression that sent shivers down my spine. I tried to stay calm, to reason with them, but they just glared, this silence feeling more threatening than words. We tried to walk around them, but they wouldn't let us leave. It was like they were trapping us, this feeling of being surrounded by an unknown threat. One of them stepped forward, this sinister smile on his face. He said something, but it wasn't friendly. It was a warning, a threat that made my heart race. I could see my friends getting nervous, feeling this growing fear. We didn't know what to do, where to go. It was a remote rest stop, and there was no one else around. I tried to call for help, but there was no signal. Panic started to set in as I realized how isolated we were, how vulnerable. We made a dash for it, trying to push past them, but they were stronger, this force blocking our escape. It was like they were toying with us, this menacing game of cat and mouse. We ran back inside, hoping to find safety, but they followed, this relentless pursuit that felt suffocating. We found a room and barricaded ourselves inside, hoping they wouldn't break in. We could hear them outside, shouting threats, banging on the door. I called the authorities, explaining our situation, but it felt like forever before help arrived. We were trapped, this feeling of being at the mercy of these unsettling individuals. The police finally arrived, and the aggressors fled. We were safe, but the memory of that encounter, those unsettling individuals at the remote rest stop, haunted us. I was walking down this desolate highway, hoping to catch a ride. It was getting late, and the darkness was closing in, so when a car slowed down, I felt relieved. The driver seemed friendly, offering a ride without hesitation. I hopped in, grateful for the lift. We started chatting, and everything seemed normal at first. The driver was amiable, asking about my journey and sharing stories. But as we continued, things took a turn. The driver started asking strange questions, prying into personal matters, making me uncomfortable. I tried to divert the conversation, but the driver persisted, this relentless questioning that made my skin crawl. Then, the driver took a wrong turn. It felt deliberate, this deviation from the main road, and I felt this growing sense of unease. I asked about the route change, but the driver brushed it off, saying it was a shortcut. But it didn't seem like one, it felt like we were heading deeper into the unknown. As we drove further, I noticed a shift in the driver's behavior. They became increasingly erratic, this nervous energy emanating from them. I felt this rising panic, this feeling of being trapped in a car with a stranger who was acting bizarrely. Then, I saw a glint of something metallic in the driver's pocket. It was a knife, and that sight sent a chill down my spine. I tried to remain calm, not wanting to escalate the situation. But the driver's demeanor was unsettling, this sense of danger looming over me. I asked to be let out, pretending it was near my destination, but the driver refused. Their smile turned menacing, this sinister grin that sent alarm bells ringing in my head. I realized I was in trouble, this sinking feeling of being at the mercy of someone with malicious intent. I tried to grab my phone to call for help, but it was out of battery. Panic started to set in. I was completely vulnerable. The driver's behavior became more erratic, swerving on the road, speeding up and slowing down unpredictably. It was like they were playing with me, this terrifying game of control. I searched for a chance to escape, but the car was moving too fast, and there was nowhere to run. Then, I saw a patrol car in the distance. I mustered all my courage and screamed for help, hoping they'd see us and intervene. The driver seemed agitated, but they slowed down as the patrol car approached. I saw the flashing lights, this glimmer of hope that I'd be rescued. The patrol car signaled us to stop, and the driver complied. I was trembling, this sense of relief washing over me as the officers approached. I explained the situation, the fear I felt, and the erratic behavior of the driver. The officers took control, escorting me to safety and dealing with the driver. I was safe, but the memory of that chilling encounter with a seemingly friendly driver who turned out to be something else haunted me. It was a nightmarish ride, a terrifying series of events that left me shaken and wary of hitchhiking ever again. I was driving along this isolated highway, nothing but the sound of my engine and the vastness of the road ahead. As I continued, I noticed these abandoned vehicles parked on the side, almost hidden among the trees. I didn't think much of it at first, just old cars left behind. But as I passed, I saw people lingering around them, this group of individuals that seemed out of place. I slowed down, curious but also wary. They looked like squatters, living in these abandoned vehicles, but something about them felt off. I noticed they were watching me, this intense scrutiny that made me uncomfortable. I kept driving, hoping to leave them behind. But as I glanced in my rearview mirror, I saw them getting into their cars, following me. It was unsettling, this sudden pursuit by a group of strangers. I felt this growing unease, this sense of being followed by someone with unknown intentions. I tried to brush it off, convincing myself it was just a coincidence. I took a turn, hoping to lose them, but they kept following, this relentless pursuit that sent shivers down my spine. I saw a gas station ahead, this hope for safety, and pulled in. But as I got out, I saw them parking nearby, this menacing presence that made my heart race. I tried to act normal, going into the gas station, hoping to find someone. But it was empty, this eerie silence adding to my fear. I heard footsteps outside, this realization that they were getting closer. I panicked, not knowing what to do. I stayed inside, trying to hide, but they knew I was there. They started banging on the windows, shouting threats, demanding I come out. I felt this overwhelming sense of vulnerability, this fear of being surrounded by strangers with unknown intentions. I called for help, but there was no signal. I was alone, with these menacing figures outside. I contemplated making a run for it, but the fear held me back. I was trapped, this feeling of helplessness overwhelming me. I heard them trying to break in, this escalating danger that left me trembling. I searched desperately for something to defend myself. I managed to find a tool, this trembling hand trying to prepare for whatever might happen next. But then, they stopped. The banging ceased, the voices faded away. I cautiously peeked outside, but they were gone. I waited, trying to gather the courage to leave, and when I finally did, I drove as fast as I could, not looking back. I reached the nearest town, this sense of relief flooding over me. I reported what happened, but the authorities found no trace of those squatters. My name is Billy and I used to work the night shift at this hotel, checking in guests, handling the paperwork, and all that. But this one night, things got real weird. I was going through the records, doing the usual audit, when I noticed something off. There were these discrepancies in the records, bookings that didn't add up. Rooms were marked as vacant, but I swear I remembered checking someone into those rooms earlier. It felt like something wasn't right, like someone was messing with the records. I tried to brush it off, thinking maybe I made a mistake, but then I noticed more odd things. Some guests were listed as checked out, but their belongings were still in the rooms. It was like they disappeared into thin air. I felt this chill creeping up my spine, like there was something shady going on. I checked the security footage, but it was all glitchy, like someone tampered with it. It made me real uneasy. Then, I started getting these calls from guests, complaining about strange noises in their rooms, like whispers or footsteps. They said they felt like they were being watched. It made my skin crawl. I tried to reassure them, saying it was probably just the old building settling or something, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that something wasn't right. It was like the hotel had this eerie vibe, like there was something lurking in the shadows. As I went through the records, I found bookings for rooms that didn't exist. I checked the floor plans, and there was no such room number. It made no sense. I thought maybe it was a mistake, but the more I looked, the more these strange entries popped up. I tried to reach out to my manager, but I couldn't get through. It felt like I was on my own, dealing with this bizarre situation. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't abandon my shift, and there was this feeling like I had to figure out what was going on. I went up to the floors, checking the rooms myself. Some doors were locked from the inside, and when I knocked, there was no answer. It gave me this unsettling feeling, like someone was hiding in there. Then I stumbled upon this room, but one that wasn't supposed to exist. It was like a blank space on the floor plan, but there it was, a door where no door should be. I felt this dread sinking in. I tried the handle, and it was unlocked. The room was freezing cold, even though the air conditioning was off. There was this stale smell, like something rotten. It made my stomach turn. I stepped inside, and it was dark, pitch black. I felt my way around, trying to find a light switch. When I finally did, what I saw, I can't even explain. The room was empty, but it felt wrong. It was like the air was heavy with something sinister. I heard this whispering, real faint at first, like distant voices. It made the hairs on my neck stand up. I called out, asking if anyone was there, but there was no response. Just this eerie silence. I wanted to get out of there, but I felt glued to the spot. It was like something was holding me back. The whispers grew louder, and I felt this overwhelming sense of fear, like I was in danger. I stumbled back, trying to leave, but the door wouldn't budge. It was like it was stuck, like it didn't want to open. Panic started setting in, and I pounded on the door, calling for help, but no one came. I don't know how, but suddenly, the door swung open, and I bolted out of there. I ran down to the lobby, trying to make sense of what happened. But when I checked the records again, that room wasn't there, like it never existed. I wanted to leave, get away from that place, but something kept pulling me back. I felt this lingering sense of dread, like whatever was in that room followed me. I quit that job soon after, but the fear, it stayed with me, haunting me like a nightmare that wouldn't end. The road practically empty except for a few other cars here and there. It was late, and the night was pitch black, not a single light except for the ones from my headlights. Then, something caught my eye, a caravan of vehicles ahead. It wasn't just one or two, it was this strange procession of old, rusted cars and vans, all driving one after another in perfect formation. It was bizarre, to say the least. I've seen weird things on the road before, but this was different. It wasn't just peculiar, it was almost ominous. I tried to pass them, but they were moving slow, this deliberate pace that made it impossible to overtake them. I felt this sense of unease, this inexplicable fear settling in as I stayed behind them. The caravan seemed to stretch on forever, these vehicles all linked together as if they were part of some ritualistic parade. I couldn't see who was driving them. They were all obscured by the darkness and the dust kicked up by their own wheels. I contemplated turning up the highway, finding another route, but I was curious, almost intrigued by this strange spectacle. Then, things got weirder. I noticed they were signaling to each other, this cryptic communication that sent chills down my spine. It was as if they were coordinating, working together in a way that made no sense. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but the caravan slowed down, this sudden halt that caught me off guard. They came to a complete stop, blocking the entire road. I braked, this panic rising inside me. I couldn't go forward, and they wouldn't let me pass. I honked my horn, trying to get their attention, but they remained still, this eerie silence surrounding us. Then, one of the vehicles at the front opened its doors, and people started stepping out. They wore these strange clothes, almost ceremonial, and they began to form this line across the road, facing me. I felt this overwhelming sense of fear, this feeling of being trapped. I tried to reverse, but there were other cars behind me now, this feeling of being encircled. I was about to get out and confront them when I noticed something else. Some of the people in the line were carrying objects, long sticks or poles, almost resembling weapons. I didn't know what they wanted, but I knew I had to get out of there. I managed to turn my car around, finding a small gap between the vehicles and maneuvering through. As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, seeing them get back into their cars, this eerie feeling that they were following me. I tried to lose them, taking turns, speeding up, but they stayed behind, this relentless pursuit that left me terrified. I could see their headlights in my mirrors, this menacing presence that made my heart race. I didn't know what they wanted or why they were after me, but the fear consumed me. I reached a gas station, hoping for safety, but when I got out, I saw them pulling in, this sense of being hunted that filled me with dread. I locked myself in the gas station, calling for help, but there was no one around. It was just me, alone, with those strange people outside. They didn't try to get in, they just stayed there, this ominous silence hanging in the air. Eventually, they left, disappearing into the night, but the fear stayed with me. It was this encounter with a bizarre caravan on the highway that turned into a night of pursuit and terror, leaving me shaken and haunted by what I couldn't understand. I was driving down this familiar highway, the road I'd taken numerous times before. But today, things were different. There were detour signs, flashing red lights, and this overwhelming sense of confusion as I followed the redirected path. The detour led me onto this narrow, deserted road, surrounded by dense woods. It was eerie, this feeling of isolation that settled in as I drove deeper into the unfamiliar territory. There were no other cars around, just me navigating through this desolate route. The air felt thick with tension, this inexplicable unease settling in as I kept driving. Then, I noticed something high up ahead, a figure standing by the side of the road. As I got closer, I realized it was a person, just standing there, staring at passing cars. It was unsettling, this solitary figure in the middle of nowhere. I slowed down, contemplating offering help or asking if they needed anything, but this sense of caution held me back. They didn't acknowledge me, just continued staring ahead as I drove past. I tried to shake off this uneasy feeling, chalking it up to the strange circumstances of the detour. But then, I saw more figures, more people standing along the road, all of them just watching, not moving or saying a word. It was this surreal sight, this feeling of being watched, that sent a shiver down my spine. I couldn't understand why they were there, just standing silently in the middle of nowhere. As I continued along the detour, things got weirder. I saw abandoned vehicles on the side of the road, some of them with their doors open, almost as if the drivers had left in a hurry. I felt this growing sense of dread, this fear building inside me. I wanted to turn back, find another route, but I was too deep into the detour to go back. Then, I reached a point where the road was blocked by fallen trees, this barrier that stopped me in my tracks. I couldn't go forward, and I didn't want to turn back, trapped between this unsettling roadblock and the figures I'd passed earlier. I contemplated getting out to clear the path when I heard something, a rustling from the woods nearby. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, this ominous sound that filled the air. I felt this overwhelming panic, this urge to get out of there as fast as I could. I tried to reverse, but I saw figures emerging from the woods, these silent observers closing in around me. I was trapped, this feeling of being surrounded by these unsettling strangers, this realization that I was in a dangerous situation. I didn't know what they wanted or why they were there, but I knew I had to get out. I maneuvered my car through a small gap between the fallen trees, this sheer desperation to escape guiding my every move. As I sped away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, seeing them standing there, watching me leave. It was this encounter with the unsettling figures on the detour, this sense of being directed into a nightmare, that left me shaken and haunted by what I couldn't comprehend. I took up a babysitting job in a new neighborhood. It was a quaint place, but something felt off from the moment I arrived. The house I was babysitting it seemed normal, but the neighbor next door gave me the creeps. He was this middle-aged man, standing in his front garden, watching. I thought nothing more of it and went in to greet the parents. They had two lovely children, and as the sun was still out, we decided to go out to the yard to play. The neighbor was in his back garden, and as the fence was low I could see him looking at us. Every time I glanced in his direction, he'd be there, just staring, his gaze unsettling and intense. It made my skin crawl, but I tried to ignore it, thinking maybe he was just curious. I went inside and settled the children before making myself a cup of coffee. The kids were asleep, and I settled in. But the neighbor, he was always there, lingering at his window or pottering around his yard, always watching. I closed all the windows hoping to feel a bit better. But the one window that was at the side of the house didn't have a curtain or blinds, and it was in the direction of his side window. As the evening wore on, I started feeling more uneasy. It wasn't just the way he watched, it was something in his demeanor, something threatening and disturbing. I wished the parents had mentioned something about him. I tried to keep calm, reassuring myself that I was just being paranoid. But then, he started making odd gestures, like waving in a strange, exaggerated way whenever he saw me looking. It felt like he was taunting me, playing some twisted game. As the night progressed, I heard noises coming from his house, bumps and thuds that made my heart race. I couldn't shake off the feeling that something wasn't right, that there was more to this neighbor than met the eye. I decided to check on the kids more frequently, feeling a growing sense of dread. And that's when I saw him again from the kids' window, standing at the fence that separated our properties, staring directly at me. His eyes, they were cold, calculating, sending a chill down my spine. I tried to avoid making eye contact, but it felt like his gaze was piercing through me. I felt exposed, vulnerable. It was a feeling I couldn't shake off, a fear that wrapped around me like a vice. He started speaking, saying things that sent a shiver down my spine. Threats, dark and menacing. He said things about knowing I was alone, about being able to get to me whenever he pleased. My heart raced, and I wanted to run, to get away from his chilling words. I tried to brush it off, to convince myself that he was just trying to scare me. But there was a coldness in his tone, a certainty that made me doubt my safety. I felt trapped, stranded in a situation that was turning darker by the minute. I wanted to call the parents, to tell them about this neighbor, but fear held me back. What if they didn't believe me? What if things escalated while they were away? I kept an eye on the kids, locked all the doors, and made sure everything was secure. But the neighbor, he kept lurking, his presence suffocating, his words echoing in my mind. Just as I was on the edge of panic, the parents returned home. I hastily said my goodbyes and left, feeling a rush of relief as I stepped away from the house and that chilling neighbor. I walked home, constantly looking over my shoulder, the fear of encountering that mannequin gripping me. It felt like a nightmare, the kind that doesn't fade with waking up. I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched, of being threatened in a place I thought would be safe. I never went back to that neighborhood, and didn't babysit for that couple again. I remember it was a regular evening, just driving home from work, nothing out of the ordinary. I was cruising down the highway, radio playing some music, nothing strange, just the usual stretch of road. But then, everything just went blank. One moment, I was behind the wheel, the next, total darkness. I woke up with a jolt, disoriented, confused. It wasn't the familiar side of the highway. I was in my driveway, in my car, parked at home. I couldn't understand how I got there. It was this instant panic, this overwhelming fear clawing at me, wondering what happened during that blackout. I tried to piece it together, but there was this void, this gap in my memory, like someone had erased that part of the drive home. It was terrifying, not knowing what transpired, how I ended up here without any recollection. My heart was racing, adrenaline pumping, this unshakable sense of dread creeping in. I checked my phone. The clock showed a significant gap in time, hours lost. How did I cover that distance? What happened during that blackout? I stepped out of the car, every step heavy with this surreal fear. It was as if time had skipped, leaving me stranded in this eerie confusion. I couldn't shake off this feeling of being watched, this lingering unease that something had gone terribly wrong. I rushed inside, hoping for some explanation, maybe a note, a message, anything to fill in the blanks. But there was nothing. It was like waking up in a nightmare, this inexplicable sense of disconnection from reality. My mind raced with all these wild possibilities. Did I have an accident? Was I drugged? It was this whirlwind of fear and confusion, not knowing what happened during that missing time. I tried retracing my steps, but there were no answers, just this gap in my memory, this void that left me trembling with uncertainty. It was like I had been plucked out of that moment, dropped into this inexplicable void. The more I tried to remember, the more terrified I became. It was this suffocating feeling, this sense of losing control, not understanding how I got home, how I blacked out on that highway. I called my friends, my family, hoping they might shed some light on what happened, but no one knew anything. It was this deep-seated fear gnawing at me, this dread of the unknown, the unexplained. I couldn't sleep that night, haunted by that blackout, that inexplicable gap in time. Every sound outside made me jump, every shadow seemed menacing. It was this overwhelming fear that lingered, this feeling of vulnerability, of being at the mercy of some unknown force. Days passed, and the memory of that blackout stayed with me, this haunting presence that cast a shadow over everything. I tried to go about my routine, but that fear was always there, this paranoia that something sinister had happened, something beyond my understanding. I sought answers, went to doctors, got tests done, but everything came back normal. There was no explanation, just this gaping hole in my memory that refused to be filled. That experience changed something in me, this constant feeling of being on edge, of not knowing what happened during that blackout. It was like a piece of me was missing, this unsettling uncertainty that lingered in the back of my mind. To this day, I still don't know what happened, how I got home, what caused that blackout. It's this chilling realization that some things are beyond our comprehension, that some mysteries may never be solved. I responded to a babysitting ad, hoping for an easy gig to earn some cash. The family seemed nice enough when I arrived, polite, welcoming. But as the night progressed, I stumbled upon something that chilled me to the bone. The parents had mentioned they needed a sitter because their youngest child had night terrors. They seemed anxious, almost secretive about it. I didn't think much of it initially, thinking it was a common issue with kids. The children were sweet, obedient, and I tucked them into bed without any trouble. But as the night wore on, things started feeling strange. The house had this eerie quietness, a heaviness in the air that I couldn't quite place. I wandered around, trying to find something to distract myself. That's when I stumbled upon a locked door. It piqued my curiosity. I hadn't seen that door before. I tried to shake it off, but something about it nagged at me. I asked the parents about it earlier, but they brushed it off, saying it was just an old storage room. But their response, it felt rehearsed, like they were hiding something. As the night deepened, I heard whispers, faint but unmistakable. I followed the sound and found myself in front of that locked door again. The whispers seemed to be coming from behind it, muffled and eerie. I felt a chill run down my spine, but my curiosity got the better of me. I jiggled the doorknob, hoping it would budge, but it was firmly locked. I tried to listen in, but the whispers faded into silence. I tried to shrug it off, to focus on my job. But the house, it felt different now, like it was hiding secrets in its walls. I couldn't shake off the feeling that something wasn't right. As I passed the parents' room, I noticed a photo on the nightstand, a picture of them with 3 children. But I'd only seen 2 kids earlier. It didn't make sense. I tried to rationalize it, thinking maybe the 3rd child was away. But then, I overheard a conversation between the parents. They mentioned a 3rd child, a son who had passed away. They spoke in hushed tones, their words carrying a weight of sorrow and guilt. The pieces started coming together, the locked room, the whispers, the missing child. I felt a knot form in my stomach, a sense of dread settling in. I didn't know what to make of it, but it felt deeply unsettling. I checked on the kids, feeling an overwhelming need to protect them. But then, I heard footsteps, coming from that direction, the locked door. My heart raced, and I froze, unsure of what to do. I wanted to leave, to run away from whatever was behind that door. But something drew me closer, a need to uncover the truth. I approached cautiously, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. And then, a sound of faint sobbing, a child's voice. My blood ran cold. I pressed my ear against the door, trying to make out the words. It was a boy, whispering for help, pleading to be let out. I wanted to unlock the door, to rescue him, but fear paralyzed me. What if it wasn't real? What if it was some trick? I didn't know what to believe, but the sobbing, it felt too real to ignore. I couldn't stay there any longer. I made up an excuse, saying I had an emergency and needed to leave. The parents seemed startled, almost alarmed, but I didn't wait for their response. I hurried out, feeling the weight of the house lift off my shoulders. As I walked away, I couldn't shake off the feeling of guilt. What if there was a child trapped behind that door, seeking help? But what if it was something more sinister, something I couldn't understand? I never went back to that house. The memory of the whispers, the locked door, the hidden history, it's a chilling reminder of how some secrets are better left undiscovered. It's a night I wish I could forget, but its haunting echoes linger in my mind. I decided to explore the backwoods, seeking solitude and a break from the city chaos. The trees were my sanctuary, or so I thought. I wandered deeper into the woods, enjoying the tranquility until I stumbled upon a fenced area. Curiosity got the better of me, and I ventured in without realizing I was trespassing. The woods seemed denser here, the air heavy with tension. That's when I heard voices, angry and agitated. I spotted a couple of figures coming my way, and it dawned on me I was on someone's property, and they weren't happy about it. I tried to explain, to apologize for unknowingly trespassing, but they weren't interested in explanations. Their eyes burned with fury, their expressions menacing. Fear gripped me as they advanced, blocking my escape route. I felt this surge of panic, this realization that I was in serious trouble. They were intimidating, their words sharp and threatening. I didn't know what to do, how to defuse the situation. I attempted to reason with them, to plead for leniency, but it fell on deaf ears. They demanded I leave immediately, their voices booming, sending shivers down my spine. I tried to backtrack, to find my way out, but they blocked every path, their anger palpable. I felt trapped, this overwhelming sense of vulnerability. I turned to leave, but they pursued me, their threats growing louder. I stumbled over roots and rocks, the fear driving me to run as fast as I could. I didn't know the woods well enough to find my way out, and panic clouded my judgment. Every step felt like an eternity, the thumping of my heart drowning out everything else. I could hear them closing in, their shouts echoing through the trees. I dared not look back, fearing what I might see. I spotted a clearing and ran towards it, hoping for an escape route. But it was a dead end, surrounded by thick vegetation. My heart sank as I realized I had nowhere to go. They were getting closer, their voices fierce, their threats chilling. I tried to reason with them again, to plead for mercy, but they were relentless. Their demeanor was menacing, their intentions unclear. I braced myself for the worst, my heart racing, my mind racing even faster. I didn't know what they were capable of, but their hostility was terrifying. Suddenly, a distant sound broke the tension, a ranger's whistle. The men hesitated, and that was my chance. I bolted in the opposite direction, praying for safety. I didn't stop running until I reached a main trail, breathless, trembling, but grateful to have escaped. I reported the incident to the authorities, and they assured me they'd investigate. But the fear of encountering those territorial landowners again haunted me for weeks. It was a day of sheer terror, stumbling upon threatening individuals in the backwoods, an encounter that made me rethink the dangers lurking in seemingly peaceful places. I was out hiking in the deep woods, just me and the quiet. The sun was sinking, and I needed to find a spot to set up camp. Found this clearing, kinda hidden, surrounded by trees. Seemed perfect. I set up my tent, made a small fire, and cooked some food. Everything was cool until I heard distant chanting. It was eerie, like whispers carried by the wind. I tried to ignore it, thinking it might be my imagination playing tricks. Night fell, and I was sitting by the fire, feeling the darkness closing in. That's when I saw them. Figures moving between the trees, dressed in robes, barely visible in the shadows. They were chanting louder now, some weird language I couldn't understand. I panicked but tried to stay calm, thinking maybe they were just some campers or something. But something felt off. I watched from my tent, trying to make sense of what they were doing. They formed a circle, and there was this altar in the middle, candles flickering around it. I couldn't see everything clearly, but I saw them doing something strange, like a ritual. My heart was pounding, and I wanted to leave, but I was frozen, scared they might see me. Then, I accidentally knocked over a stick. The sound echoed in the silence, and they all stopped chanting. It felt like the whole forest held its breath. I held mine too, hoping they didn't notice. But they did. They turned toward me, their faces hidden in the darkness, but I could feel their eyes on me. Panic took over, and I bolted out of there, crashing through branches, not caring if I made noise. I heard them behind me, running too. My heart was racing, and I felt like I was being chased by the night itself. I didn't look back, I just ran, my breath ragged, my legs burning. Somehow, I managed to lose them and found my way back to the trail. I kept running until I reached my car, not stopping even then. I drove until I hit a town, somewhere safe. My mind was a mess. I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. I tried to tell people what happened, but they looked at me like I was crazy. No one believed me. But I know what I saw. I stumbled upon something I wasn't supposed to see, something dark and hidden in the woods. To this day, I can't shake off the fear that they might come looking for me, that I stumbled into something sinister. The image of those figures in the woods, the chanting, it haunts me. I don't know what they were doing, but I know I never want to find out. And I'll never go back into those woods again. I'll set the scene for you. Picture this, a sprawling expanse of woods, thickets, and overgrown paths. I was exploring what seemed like abandoned land, somewhere deep in the backwoods, but what I found was far from deserted. The land, once owned, was now foreclosed upon, but curiosity got the best of me. I wanted to see what had become of it, maybe uncover some hidden treasures among the overgrown ruins. Little did I know, the remnants of the past were far more chilling than I could have imagined. I'd been wandering for a while, admiring the wild beauty of the area when I noticed something strange, a flicker of movement in the distance. I brushed it off at first, assuming it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But as I ventured deeper, the unease settled in. I saw figures darting among the trees, fleeting glimpses that made me question if I was truly alone out there. My heart began to race, and a sense of being watched clung to me like a shadow. The further I ventured, the more convinced I became that someone was lurking in the shadows, keeping an eye on me. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig felt like a warning, like I was intruding on someone's territory. Then, I stumbled upon what appeared to be remnants of an old homestead, dilapidated structures, a decaying barn, and a sense of abandonment that hung heavy in the air. But it was far from deserted. As I cautiously explored, I heard whispers, a murmur of voices, faint yet unmistakable. My blood ran cold. I couldn't make out the words, but the sound of conversation echoed around me, sending shivers down my spine. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I realized that the land I thought was vacant had hidden occupants, the previous owners still lingering, haunting the place. I tried to make my way back, to retreat from the unsettling feeling of being watched, but every step felt like an intrusion into their domain. The voices grew louder, the whispers becoming more audible, almost as if they were drawing closer. Panic began to gnaw at me, and I quickened my pace, desperate to escape the eerie atmosphere that surrounded me. But then, I saw them, a glimpse of figures moving among the trees, their faces hidden in the shadows. They seemed spectral, like ghosts of the past, yet undeniably real. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized I wasn't alone. The foreclosed land was not empty, it was inhabited by those who had once called it home. I wanted to run, to flee from that haunting scene, but fear rooted me to the spot. I was caught in a chilling moment, a trespasser in someone else's memories, surrounded by the echoes of the past. I heard footsteps, soft but distinct, drawing closer. My heart raced, my breath shallow. I couldn't shake the feeling of being unwelcome, an intruder in a place that held secrets I wasn't meant to discover. I turned to leave, to escape the unnerving presence, but they were there, standing in my path, their faces obscured by the shadows, their figures hauntingly real. I couldn't comprehend why they lingered there, why they watched me with such intensity. The air crackled with tension, and I could feel their gaze fixed on me, an unspoken warning to leave their past undisturbed. A wave of panic surged within me as I realized my presence had disturbed something beyond my understanding. I was an unwitting trespasser in a place haunted by memories, a realm I had no right to intrude upon. I retreated slowly, my steps faltering, my mind racing with the inexplicable encounter. Every instinct urged me to run, to escape from the unsettling energy that enveloped the foreclosed land. As I hurried away, the voices and figures faded, but the chill lingered. The encounter had left an indelible mark on me, a haunting memory of an eerie rendezvous with the previous inhabitants of that forsaken land. I remember the camping trip like it was yesterday, all of us excited for a weekend in the wilderness, surrounded by nature's tranquility. We picked a remote spot deep in the woods, a perfect escape from the chaos of city life. The first day was idyllic, setting up tents, gathering firewood, and sharing stories under the stars. But on the second night, things took a chilling turn. We noticed some traps set around our campsite, a bit odd for a public camping area. Initially, we brushed it off, assuming it was just someone trying to catch some wildlife for observation. As night fell, strange sounds echoed through the woods, rustling leaves, twigs snapping. We chalked it up to nocturnal animals scavenging around our camp, trying not to let it bother us. But then, we saw a figure lurking in the trees, a silhouette against the moonlit backdrop. Our hearts skipped a beat, and a sense of unease settled over us. It looked like someone was watching, observing our every move from a distance. Anxiety crept in as the figure disappeared into the darkness. We brushed it off as nerves, but the atmosphere felt charged with an inexplicable tension. Then, the night erupted with bone-chilling howls, no ordinary forest sounds. They were human, too human. Fear clenched at our chests as the howls grew closer, closer than comfort allowed. We huddled together, trying to keep calm, hoping it was just some local prankster trying to spook us. But the unease lingered, the air thick with an ominous aura. As the fire crackled, casting eerie shadows, we noticed movement among the trees. Shapes darted in and out of the shadows, fleeting glimpses that sent shivers down our spines. Suddenly, something crashed through the bushes, a trap, one of the same ones we'd seen earlier, its jaws menacingly snapped shut. Fear twisted our stomachs, a cold realization settling in. The howls continued, closer this time, echoing around us, encircling our campsite. Panic set in as we realized we weren't alone in the woods, and we weren't the hunters, we were the prey. We decided to leave, to pack up and get out of there as fast as we could. But every step felt watched, every rustle in the bushes seemed like a lurking threat. We heard whispers, chilling whispers that made our blood run cold. It wasn't just one person out there, it was a group closing in around us. Our attempts to leave only seemed to escalate the situation. The traps we dismissed as harmless now felt like a warning, marking our every move. The night felt endless, filled with paranoia and the sound of footsteps that weren't ours. Every shadow felt like an ambush waiting to happen. We tried to navigate the forest, but it felt like an insurmountable maze, pushing us deeper into unfamiliar territory. Fear surged within us as we realized we were completely disoriented, lost in the darkness. The forest seemed to play tricks on us, branches cracking, leaves rustling, distant whispers. It felt orchestrated, calculated, and our hearts pounded with the fear of the unknown. Every glance over our shoulders revealed fleeting shapes, figures that vanished as quickly as they appeared. We couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, hunted. Exhaustion weighed us down, but we couldn't stop, the terror driving us forward. Fear had replaced rational thought, and all we could do was flee. We stumbled upon our campsite again, our refuge turned into a trap. The howls grew louder, surrounding us from every direction. It was then we realized the wildlife traps weren't meant for animals. We were the prey, ensnared in someone's sick game. Adrenaline surged as we sprinted, our lungs burning, desperate for escape. Every step was a gamble for survival. Finally, we burst through the trees, our campsite vanishing behind us. We ran until our legs gave out, collapsing in a clearing, gasping for breath. The night was etched in our minds, a nightmare that became all too real. We'd stumbled upon someone's twisted game, an ordeal that left us scarred, haunted by the terror of being hunted in the very woods we sought solace in. I was babysitting for this family. Everything seemed okay at first. The parents were nice, the kids were cute. But I didn't know what was going on between their family and another one in the neighborhood. There were tensions, that much was clear. Little things, like glares exchanged at the grocery store or avoiding each other at community events. But I didn't pay much attention to it, just thought it was normal neighborhood drama. It was a typical evening, putting the kids to bed, watching TV. But then, I started hearing noises outside. Not like regular neighborhood sounds. It was more intense. Like arguing, but louder. I peeked out the window, and I saw people. They looked angry, shouting at each other. The other family. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police? But what if it was just a misunderstanding? I stayed inside, hoping it would die down. But it didn't. It got worse. Yelling turned into shoving, then things started getting thrown around. I was scared. I wanted to protect the kids, but I didn't want to get involved in whatever this was. Then, a loud crash. I peeked out again, and they were fighting. Fistfights, yelling, chaos in the street. It was like a movie, but real. I couldn't believe it was happening right in front of me. I wanted to call for help, but I was frozen. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. What if they saw me? What if they came after us next? I felt so helpless, just hiding with the kids in the house, hoping it would all stop. But it didn't stop. It escalated. I heard sirens in the distance, but they were still going at it. It was like they were consumed by this anger, this feud. I didn't understand how it got this bad, how people could be so filled with hate. I tried to keep the kids calm, distract them with games and stories. But they could hear it too, the chaos outside. I could see the fear in their eyes, and I felt responsible for keeping them safe. Hours passed. It felt like forever. Eventually, the police arrived, and things quieted down. But the tension lingered in the air, this heavy feeling of unease. I didn't know what was going to happen next. The parents finally came home, looking worried. They rushed in, checking on the kids, asking if everything was okay. I didn't know how to explain what had happened. How do you tell someone their family was in the middle of something so intense? They thanked me, paid me, and I left. But I couldn't shake off the feeling of dread. I felt like I had witnessed something I shouldn't have. And I was scared it wasn't over, that it might happen again. The next day, I heard rumors around the neighborhood about what happened. People talking about the fight, the feud. I realized it wasn't just a one-time thing. This was ongoing, simmering under the surface for who knows how long. I didn't want to babysit for that family again. I was scared of being caught in the middle of their feud, of something worse happening. I didn't want to be a part of their unseen war. It changed how I looked at things. How fragile peace can be, how easily things can spiral out of control. I felt a lingering fear, knowing that this kind of conflict was lurking just beneath the surface of our seemingly quiet neighborhood. I tried to put it out of my mind, go back to normal life. But every time I heard a raised voice outside or saw a group of people gathering, I couldn't help but remember that terrifying night. And I prayed it wouldn't happen again. I'd been a cop for years, seen my fair share of bizarre things, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered that day in the backwoods. Dispatch sent me out on a routine call, something about a disturbance in an isolated area, a cabin nestled deep in the woods. I headed out, navigating through winding dirt roads that seemed to disappear into the forest's embrace. The trees towered over me, casting eerie shadows as the sunlight struggled to filter through the dense canopy. Finally, I arrived at the coordinates. The cabin stood alone, surrounded by trees that seemed to encroach upon it, as if nature itself was reclaiming the land. It was an old, weathered structure, giving off an ominous vibe that set my nerves on edge. I approached cautiously, the crunch of gravel beneath my boots the only sound in the desolate silence. There was a peculiar stillness in the air, an unsettling calm that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I knocked on the door, announcing myself as law enforcement. There was a pause, a tense silence that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Then, the door creaked open, revealing a figure in the dimly lit cabin. The man standing before me was strange, to say the least, wild-eyed, unkempt, and wearing clothes that looked like they hadn't seen a washing machine in years. He spoke in a raspy voice, barely above a whisper, inviting me in with an unsettling grin. I stepped inside cautiously, my senses on high alert. The interior was dimly lit, casting long shadows across the worn-out furniture. The place reeked of neglect, a musty smell that clung to the air. As I glanced around, I noticed more figures lurking in the corners of the room, shadowy silhouettes that seemed to materialize from the darkness. They were a family, or so they claimed, a motley crew of individuals with an unsettling aura. Their behavior was off, disjointed conversations that hinted at something amiss. I tried to gather information, but their responses were cryptic, veering between eerie laughter and uncomfortable silence. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong here, a primal instinct urging me to leave, to escape the ominous presence that surrounded me. But duty compelled me to stay, to assess the situation and ensure everyone's safety. The longer I stayed, the more unnerved I became. There was a tension in the air, an unspoken threat that loomed over the cabin like a dark cloud. My senses were on high alert, every fiber of my being urging me to tread carefully. I attempted to gather information about the disturbance, but their stories were inconsistent, fragmented, almost as if they were deliberately withholding the truth. I noticed peculiar things, a glint of something metallic beneath the floorboards, hushed conversations that ceased abruptly upon my approach, and a peculiar marking etched into the wall. Then, a feeling of dread settled in, a gut-wrenching realization that I might not be leaving this cabin unscathed. It felt like I'd stepped into a situation far beyond my comprehension, a tangled web of secrets and danger. I knew I had to call for backup, to have more eyes on this bizarre situation. But as I reached for my radio, my hand froze. Their piercing gazes were fixed on me, an unspoken warning to leave well enough alone. My heart pounded in my chest as I contemplated my next move. The atmosphere grew thicker, suffocating, a tension that seemed to coil around me like a vice. Suddenly, the power in the cabin flickered, casting the room into momentary darkness. In that brief moment, I glimpsed something, a flash of movement, figures darting across the room, swift and silent. Fear gripped me as I realized the gravity of the situation. I was outnumbered, trapped in a cabin with a family whose intentions were unclear, but undoubtedly sinister. I made a split-second decision to retreat, to get out of that cabin and call for backup. But as I turned towards the door, it slammed shut, sealing me inside with them. Panic surged within me, my heart racing with a primal fear. I tried the windows, but they were barred shut, trapping me in a nightmare from which I couldn't escape. The family members circled around me, their faces twisted into unsettling grins. They spoke in hushed tones, their words carrying a menacing undertone. My mind raced, searching for a way out, an escape from the clutches of this strange and unsettling family. But the cabin felt like a prison, its walls closing in around me, suffocating me with a sense of impending doom. I pleaded with them to let me go, to allow me to leave unharmed. But their responses were cryptic, their intentions veiled behind a facade of eerie calm. Time seemed to stand still, every second feeling like an eternity in that stifling atmosphere. I felt like prey, cornered by predators whose intentions were unknown but undoubtedly malicious. My training kicked in, urging me to stay calm, to strategize an escape plan. But fear had a vice-like grip on me, paralyzing my thoughts, rendering me helpless in the face of this chilling encounter. The minutes stretched into hours, the cabin feeling like a prison from which there was no escape. I felt like a pawn in their game, a piece in a puzzle I couldn't comprehend. Just when despair threatened to consume me entirely, I heard the distant sound of approaching sirens. Relief flooded through me, the cavalry had arrived, salvation was within reach. The family's demeanor shifted, a fleeting moment of panic crossing their faces. In that moment of distraction, I seized the opportunity, making a desperate dash towards the door. The lock gave way, and I burst out into the open, greeted by the sight of fellow officers rushing towards the cabin. I stumbled towards them, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest. I relayed the urgency of the situation, warning them of the dangers lurking inside. Backup arrived swiftly, surrounding the cabin, their voices ringing out in commands as they cautiously approached. As I watched from a safe distance, I couldn't shake the bone-chilling encounter, the strange family, the eerie cabin, and the unspoken threat that lingered in the air. The family was taken into custody, but the eerie feeling of that encounter remained etched into my memory, a chilling reminder of a nightmare I barely escaped. Me and my buddies were all set for a camping trip, excited and ready to chill. We found this spot, great view by the lake, perfect for setting up camp. But turns out, it wasn't so perfect. Locals came by, telling us we were in their spot. We didn't know, thought it was just public land. They got real aggressive, demanding we pack up and leave. We tried reasoning, said we didn't mean any harm, we just wanted to camp. But they weren't having it. They got in our faces, hurling threats, and that's when things got tense. They were outnumbering us, and we felt pretty outnumbered. One of them was particularly aggressive, getting closer and closer, yelling like he was ready to throw down. We didn't want trouble, but they were pushing it. It was like they wanted a fight. We stood our ground, but it wasn't long before shoving started. It was chaotic, yelling, pushing, fists flying. We were scared, didn't know how far they'd take it. One of them pulled out a knife. That's when we knew it was serious. We backed off, trying to defuse the situation, but they were pumped, like they wanted to scare us off. It was a standoff, none of us wanting to make the first move. Fear was there, palpable, hanging in the air. We tried calling for help, but no signal. We were isolated, stuck in this mess. Hours felt like days, tension thick as fog. We were ready to leave, but they were blocking our path, daring us to try. As night fell, the situation didn't get better. We were on edge, every sound making us jump. We barely slept, kept watching in case they came back. Morning came, and they were still there, watching us like hawks. We were exhausted, mentally drained, feeling trapped. We tried reasoning again, but they were relentless, adamant we leave. They were armed, and that changed the game. We were afraid they'd do something crazy. We packed up as fast as we could, trying to avoid any more trouble. But they were taunting, making us feel unwelcome, unsafe. We managed to leave without any more confrontation, but the fear lingered. That camping trip, it was supposed to be a good time, but it turned into a nightmare. The hostility, the threat of violence, it's not something you forget easily. It makes you question safety in places you thought were safe. We set off for a camping trip, a group of friends seeking a break from the city chaos. We found this perfect spot in the woods, isolated and serene. But soon, things took a turn for the unsettling. Our radios, phones, even the GPS, they all started acting up. Static on the radio, no signal on our phones. It was odd at first, but we brushed it off, figuring it was just the area's poor reception. Then, the devices got worse. It was like they were deliberately being sabotaged. We couldn't reach the outside world anymore. Panic started to crawl in. We checked the connections, tried resetting the devices, but nothing worked. It was as if someone had tampered with them, leaving us stranded. As night fell, the woods seemed darker, more ominous. We felt cut off, isolated. Fear crept in, knowing we were alone and helpless. We debated leaving, but navigating through the dark woods without any means of communication seemed like a nightmare waiting to happen. So, we stayed put, nerves on edge. Tension simmered among us. Suspicions arose, fingers pointing, trust dwindling. It felt like a psychological thriller unfolding among friends. Strange things started happening around our camp. Gear went missing, food supplies seemed disturbed. It was unnerving, like someone was toying with us, pushing our limits. Every rustle in the trees made us jump. We felt watched, like unseen eyes were observing our every move. The fear intensified as the night wore on. We huddled together, trying to convince ourselves that it was just our imagination running wild. But then, one of us claimed they heard voices in the distance. We strained our ears, but the woods were eerily quiet. The feeling of being watched lingered, growing more intense. We felt trapped, enclosed by an unseen force. Morning brought no relief. If anything, the daylight only highlighted our vulnerability. We were alone, cut off from help, and unsure of what was lurking in the shadows. We tried signaling for help, but our attempts seemed futile. It was as if the wilderness had swallowed our cries for assistance. Paranoia set in. We started suspecting each other, questioning motives, fearing that one among us was behind the deliberate isolation. The unsettling feeling never left. We felt exposed, vulnerable to whatever or whoever was out there, manipulating our situation. As the day wore on, the atmosphere grew more tense. The fear of the unknown weighed heavily on us, heightening our anxiety. The isolation became suffocating. We were trapped in a nightmare of our own making, stranded in a place meant for solace and relaxation. That camping trip, meant for bonding and laughter, turned into a nightmarish experience. The deliberate sabotage of our communication devices, the isolation, it's the kind of fear that stays with you, leaving a lingering sense of vulnerability and paranoia. I matched with this person on a dating app. They seemed nice, had a good conversation, so we decided to meet. They suggested a secluded cabin, said it'd be romantic. I agreed, thinking it could be fun. We drove for hours, deep into the woods. It was getting darker, more isolated. I started feeling uneasy, but I didn't want to ruin the night. When we arrived, the cabin looked old, eerie. There was this unsettling silence around, no other houses nearby. I brushed it off, thinking maybe it was just my nerves acting up. As soon as we got in, they acted strange. Kept checking the windows, doors, like they were paranoid. I asked if everything was okay, but they just brushed it off, said they were tired. They suggested a walk outside, under the stars. It sounded nice, but as we walked, I felt this creeping fear, like we were being watched. The woods were silent, too silent. They started saying weird things, making unsettling comments. I tried to laugh it off, but it felt off, like they were trying to scare me. When we got back, they kept insisting I stay the night. I hesitated, but they were so insistent. I started feeling this growing dread, this urge to get out of there. Suddenly, they flipped, their tone changing, becoming aggressive. They blocked the door, wouldn't let me leave. Panic surged through me, heart racing. I tried to reason, tried to get them to calm down, but they wouldn't listen. I felt trapped, this sense of impending danger choking me. I pretended to agree, to calm them down, waiting for a chance. When they were distracted, I bolted, ran into the woods, not looking back. I could hear them shouting, chasing after me. I didn't stop running until I reached a main road, gasping for air, heart pounding. I called a friend, feeling this overwhelming fear and vulnerability. I reported it to the authorities, told them everything. They searched the area, but found nothing. They said there was no evidence of anyone being there. It was like I was alone in this nightmare. I couldn't shake off that feeling of terror, the memory of being trapped, chased. It was like I narrowly escaped something terrible. The thought of what might have happened if I didn't run, it's a nightmare I can't forget. I felt this constant fear, this paranoia that someone might come after me. I changed my routine, avoided going out alone. The fear of running into them again, of being in danger, it's something that still terrifies me. I installed this new dating app and matched with this guy, young, fit, seemed perfect. We agreed to have dinner at his place, but when I got there, something felt off. The guy in the photos wasn't the same guy who opened the door. I presumed it was his dad, much older. I was puzzled, confused as he hugged me and kissed me on the cheek and said I was going to have a great night. I walked in and he seated me, then went to finish cooking, I presumed he was cooking for me and his son. Then I had doubts that he had a son or that this was genuine. Then, I saw pictures of him and his son, the guy from the photos, on the fireplace. So I felt a bit better. I asked when he would be coming down and he said his son was at work all night. Oh my God, the penny dropped. It was like he was using his son's pictures for the app. I felt this shiver run down my spine. I confronted him, asked about the pictures. But he denied it, said I must have made a mistake, that we should just continue our date. I felt this creeping unease, this fear of what was really going on. I wanted to leave, but he was insistent. He seemed nice, normal, but this whole thing, it felt wrong, like I was being deceived. I tried to make sense of it, but he kept brushing it off, acting like everything was fine. I felt this rising fear, this sense of being trapped in a weird situation. I looked around, saw more photos of his son around the house. It felt like he was hiding something, this bizarre deception that I couldn't comprehend. He insisted we eat dinner, but I couldn't shake off this feeling of dread. I felt this overwhelming fear, this sense of being in a stranger's house, someone who wasn't who they claimed to be. I wanted to leave, to run, but he kept trying to make conversation, asking personal questions. I felt this knot in my stomach, this fear of what he might do if I insisted on leaving. I tried to subtly get out of there, but he was persistent, saying he had more things planned for the evening. I felt this growing terror, this sense of urgency to escape. I tried to find an excuse, anything to leave. But he was manipulative, making me doubt myself. I felt this mounting fear, this sense of being in a dangerous situation. I managed to make an excuse and laughed. I didn't look back, just rushed to my car, feeling this terror, this fear of what might have happened if I stayed. I reported it to the app, but without any solid evidence, they couldn't do much. I felt this overwhelming fear, this sense of having narrowly escaped something sinister. I changed my locks, my routine, tried to forget about the whole thing. But the fear of being deceived, of being in a stranger's house, it's a nightmare that still makes me shiver. The thought of someone using someone else's identity, of being trapped in their home, it's a fear that sends chills down my spine. The feeling of being in a deceptive situation, of narrowly escaping, it's a terror I wish I could forget. I was driving late at night. The road stretched quiet and dark ahead of me. I was eating a bag of Cheetos and just about to change the radio station when I saw her. A woman standing on the side of the road, her figure barely visible in the dim glow of my headlights. She looked distressed, waving her arms as if asking for help. I slowed down, feeling a tug of concern. I pulled over, thinking she might need assistance. As I approached, she seemed panicked, her eyes wide and desperate. She pleaded for me to help her, saying her car had broken down and she needed to call for help. I felt a pang of sympathy, offering to call roadside assistance for her. But she was insistent, saying her phone had no signal. She begged me to follow her. She claimed she knew a place nearby where she could get help. I hesitated, something felt off, but she looked so distressed. I relented and followed her directions. We turned onto a desolate road, surrounded by thick woods. The trees cast eerie shadows in the moonlight, and I started to feel a creeping sense of unease. I wondered if this was a mistake. We arrived at an old, run-down building. My heart pounded in my chest. This place looked abandoned, desolate. The woman rushed inside, and I hesitated at the door, a chill running down my spine. As I stepped in, the door slammed shut behind me with a loud bang, echoing through the empty halls. Panic surged through me as I realized I was trapped. I called out to her, but there was no response. Darkness engulfed the place, and I fumbled for my phone, but it was dead. Fear consumed me. I didn't know where I was or what this woman intended. I navigated the maze-like halls, my footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Shadows danced around me, and every creak and groan made me jump. Then, I heard her voice, but it wasn't the same desperation from before. It was cold, devoid of any emotion. She taunted me, calling my name from somewhere in the darkness. I stumbled through the corridors, my heart hammering against my chest. I found myself in a room. It was bare except for an old chair and flickering lights. And then I saw her. She was there, her eyes glinting in the dim light. But it wasn't distress in her gaze. It was something sinister, something chilling. My breath caught in my throat as I realized she had led me here deliberately. I tried to run, but the door was locked, trapping me with her. She circled me like a predator, her laughter sending shivers down my spine. I pleaded with her, asking what she wanted, but she just smiled, an unnerving grin that sent shudders through me. She whispered something about needing company, about never being alone again. Her words were chilling, and I felt a terror I had never known before. I backed away, my heart racing, searching for any means of escape. But she was too close, her presence suffocating. I made a dash for another door, hoping for a way out. But it led to another corridor, another dead end. Panic surged, and I knew I was trapped in this nightmare. I could feel her behind me, her breath cold on my neck. In a last desperate attempt, I tried to break a window, but it wouldn't budge. She was right there, her grip like ice on my shoulder. I turned to face her, her face twisted into a malevolent smile. And then everything went dark. When I woke up, I was back in my car, on the side of the road where I first saw her. It was morning now, the sun rising on the horizon. My heart raced as I tried to comprehend what had happened. It felt like a terrible dream, but the fear lingered, too real to dismiss. I drove away as fast as I could, shaking to my core, wondering if it was all just a nightmare or something far more sinister. I was driving down this remote road, not a soul in sight. Then, I saw this couple by the side of the road, waving for help. They looked stranded, so I pulled over, thinking I could lend a hand. They seemed grateful, saying their car broke down and asked for a lift to the nearest town. Seemed harmless enough, so I let them in. They appeared friendly, normal even. But as we drove, things started feeling off. They seemed too nervous, too jittery for a couple in need of help. I tried to ignore it. Maybe they were just stressed about their car. Then, they started asking odd questions, things that didn't make sense. I tried to be polite, but it made me uneasy. They seemed too curious, too intrusive about my life. They mentioned taking a different route, saying it would be faster. I felt this knot in my stomach, a sense that something wasn't right. But I didn't want to argue, hoping it was just a shortcut. I glanced at them, and they were exchanging these looks, like they had some secret. It sent chills down my spine, this eerie feeling that things were about to go wrong. I tried to focus on driving, to stay calm, but this unease lingered. I wanted to turn back, to drop them off, but they insisted on this strange route. As we drove further, the road grew more desolate, more isolated. I started feeling this creeping fear, this sense of danger lurking in the air. I asked about the town, but they were evasive, vague about where they needed to go. I felt this overwhelming sense of alarm, this realization that something wasn't right. They suddenly got aggressive, demanding I pull over. I felt this surge of panic, this fear of what they might do. But they were forceful, menacing, and I didn't know what to do. I managed to pull over, and they told me to get out of the car. I refused, sensing danger. But they were insistent, threatening. I tried to reason with them, to plead for my safety, but they wouldn't listen. They were overpowering, this sense of peril growing more intense by the second. I made a dash for it, running as fast as I could, not looking back, just desperate to escape. I heard them yelling, chasing after me. I found this small convenience store, banging on the door, begging for help. I didn't know if they were still behind me, but I was terrified. The store clerk let me in, and I called the police. I felt this overwhelming relief, but I was shaking, terrified of what might have happened if I hadn't escaped. The police arrived, but the couple was gone. I felt this sense of dread, this fear that they might come back for me. It was a night of sheer terror, this encounter with the seemingly stranded couple that turned out to be a threat. I was left shaken, haunted by the memory of that chilling experience, this harrowing ordeal that shattered my trust in strangers. This happened around 3 years ago now. See, I was used to the rhythmic lullaby of the river, the gentle rocking of my boat, a place I called home. It was a tranquil existence, being surrounded by the calming waters under the moonlit sky. But that night, everything changed. It was around 2 a.m., and I was startled awake by this unfamiliar sound, a faint thud that echoed through the quietness. My heart raced. Something wasn't right. I reached for the flashlight, this gnawing feeling of unease growing within me. I crept out of my bunk, the floorboards creaking softly under my weight. I had this sense that someone else was there, an intruder on my boat in the dead of night. I felt this surge of adrenaline, this primal instinct to protect my home. I moved cautiously, my breath shallow, trying to locate the source of the noise. Then, a faint shuffling sound, and I knew I wasn't alone. I felt this creeping fear, this realization sinking in that I was facing a dangerous situation. I turned the corner, shining the light, and there he was, this figure standing in the shadows. I felt this overwhelming sense of vulnerability, this gut-wrenching fear. I demanded to know who he was, but he just stared at me, this chilling silence. I could see this glint of something in his hand, this menacing object that sent chills down my spine. I felt this surge of panic, this realization that I was in a fight for my life. I yelled at him to leave, to get off my boat, but he just stood there, this eerie stillness about him. I felt this overwhelming sense of danger, this urgency to defend myself. He lunged at me, this sudden movement, and I reacted instinctively, dodging his attack. I felt this sheer terror, this fight or flight response kicking in. I grabbed whatever I could find, this desperate attempt at self-defense, this battle against an intruder who was determined to harm me. I felt this overwhelming surge of adrenaline, this need to survive. We grappled, this chaotic struggle on the confined space of my boat. I felt this overwhelming fear, this desperation to overpower him, to protect myself. I managed to push him back, this momentary respite that allowed me to catch my breath. I felt this overwhelming relief, this glimmer of hope. But he wasn't backing down, this relentless aggressiveness that made my heart race. I fought with every ounce of strength I had, this fight for survival in the dead of night. I could see the determination in his eyes, this relentless intent to harm me. I felt this overwhelming panic, this dread of what might happen. I managed to land a blow, this fleeting moment of advantage. I felt this surge of adrenaline, this hope that I could fend him off. But he was relentless, this menacing figure refusing to yield. I felt this overwhelming sense of being overpowered, this fear consuming me. I yelled for help, this desperate plea for anyone to hear. I felt this sheer terror, this fight against an intruder who seemed beyond reason. The struggle continued, this chaotic clash in the darkness. I felt this overwhelming sense of exhaustion, this battle that seemed endless. Then, a sudden moment of opportunity, a chance to break free. I made a run for it, this desperate escape from the danger that lurked on my boat. I reached the shore, this rush of adrenaline fueling my escape. I felt this overwhelming relief, this fear slowly ebbing away. I called for help, this urgent plea for assistance. I felt this lingering fear, this haunting memory of that horrifying encounter that shook my peaceful existence. It was a regular evening, nothing out of the ordinary. I was at home, just unwinding after a long day, the quietness of my place a welcome respite. But then, a sound. A noise so subtle it almost went unnoticed, like a soft tap on my door. I hesitated, puzzled by the intrusion. Who could it be at this hour? I crept over, trying to stay quiet, and peeked through the peephole. A woman stood there, a stranger. She looked harmless, just an average person. My initial instinct was to ignore it, but something nagged at me, urging me to open the door. I shouldn't have. She claimed to be someone else, a neighbor who lived a few houses down. Her story seemed off, but she was persuasive, desperate even. She needed help, she said. That was her tale. But I couldn't shake this feeling that something was wrong. Against my better judgment, I let her in. Her demeanor changed, subtle, but enough to raise the hairs on the back of my neck. I tried to brush off the unease, to offer her the benefit of the doubt. But her eyes, there was something in them, a glint of darkness beneath the surface. She spoke of danger, of being followed, her voice trembling with what seemed like fear. I tried to be empathetic, reassuring her that she was safe with me. But inside, an alarm bell was ringing. I didn't trust her. As the night wore on, her behavior became increasingly erratic. She'd pace around, mumbling to herself, her presence suffocating. I couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't who she claimed to be. Things took a turn when she asked for access to my phone, pleading that she needed to make a call. Against my better judgment, I handed it over. That was my mistake. She made the call, but the conversation was cryptic. Her eyes darted to mine, a chilling look that conveyed a hidden message. Panic set in. Who was she talking to? What had I gotten myself into? I knew I had to get her out, but she refused to leave. Her demeanor changed once more, turning hostile, and she blocked the door, preventing my escape. I was trapped in my own home, my sanctuary turned into a prison. Desperation gnawed at me, my mind racing for an escape plan. I tried reasoning with her, but she was unyielding, her intentions growing clearer by the minute. I pretended to comply, offering her something to eat, anything to buy time. But the atmosphere crackled with tension. She was up to something, and I feared what it might be. I made a bold move, faking a phone call to the police, hoping it would scare her off. But she saw through it, her eyes narrowed in on me. The mask had slipped, revealing a malevolent side, a predator hiding in plain sight. She lunged at me, a sudden burst of aggression, and I stumbled backward, barely dodging her grasp. My heart raced, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I had to act fast. I made a dash for the front door, but she was faster, blocking my path. Fear gripped me. I was staring into the eyes of someone who had no intention of letting me go. She wasn't here for refuge. She was here for something much more sinister. I scrambled for any means of defense, grabbing whatever I could find within reach, a heavy object, a makeshift weapon. I held it up, trying to fend her off, trying to buy myself some time. Our struggle echoed through the house, the chaotic fight for survival. She was relentless, fueled by an unknown motivation, and I was fighting to protect myself and my own home. I managed to break free for a moment, bolting towards a window. With a forceful crash, I shattered it, aiming to escape, to scream for help. But before I could, she lunged at me again, dragging me back into the darkness of the house. The night stretched on, a terrifying ordeal, each moment testing my resolve, my will to survive. I couldn't let her win, couldn't let her take control. But she was cunning, unpredictable, an intruder in every sense of the word. In the end, sheer desperation gave me the strength to break away. I made a run for it, out into the street, shouting for help as I went. The night air felt like freedom, the distant sound of sirens my salvation. I didn't look back until I was safe, the police arriving just in time. They detained her, but the horror of that night stayed with me, a stark reminder of how easily danger can enter our lives, how quickly the line between safety and peril can blur. She was gone, but her presence stayed in my mind. Living alone in a quiet neighborhood always gave me a sense of security, until that one night when everything turned into a nightmare. It was late. I was getting ready for bed, the usual routine. But then I heard this noise downstairs, something that made me freeze. Footsteps, faint yet distinct, echoing through the house. My heart pounded, my breath hitched. I grabbed the closest thing I could use as a makeshift weapon and crept downstairs, trying to stay as silent as possible. As I reached the bottom step, I saw her, a woman I'd never seen before, standing in my living room. My mind raced. I asked her who she was, why she was in my house. She seemed panicked, frightened, claiming she was running from someone dangerous. I felt this pang of empathy, this urge to help, but something about her demeanor made me uneasy. She kept pleading for help, but her eyes, they held this intense desperation, this hint of something sinister beneath the surface. I tried to reason with her, to call the police, but she grew agitated, insisting I couldn't involve them. I felt this chill down my spine, this realization that her presence was a threat. I knew I had to get her out, to protect myself and my home. I tried to keep calm, to coax her towards the door, promising to help, but she resisted. She started pacing, this frenzied energy that made the air tense. I could feel this rising sense of danger, this feeling that things were spiraling out of control. I didn't know what to do. I was trapped with this stranger in my own home. I made a move towards the phone, hoping to call for help, but she lunged at me. Panic surged through me as we struggled, this chaotic fight to defend myself. I felt this rush of adrenaline, this overwhelming fear. She was stronger than I expected, this fierce determination in her eyes as she tried to overpower me. I fought back, this desperate struggle to break free, to escape the danger she brought into my home. I managed to push her away and dashed for the door, this overwhelming need to get away from her. I ran out into the night, shaking, gasping for breath. I didn't look back until I was sure I was safe, far away from the house. I called the police, my voice trembling as I explained what happened. It was a night I wouldn't forget. I moved into this quiet suburban neighborhood a couple of years ago, looking for a bit of peace and solitude. But things took a strange turn when this new neighbor, Diana, moved in next door. She seemed friendly enough at first, but her behavior started getting really odd. I noticed her wandering around my yard, not just close to the property line, but actually stepping into my space. At first, I thought maybe she was just disoriented, but it became a pattern. I'd see her through the window, lingering near my house, almost like she was checking it out. I decided to confront her about it, just to clear things up. I walked over to her place, knocked on the door, and when she answered, I tried to be polite, asking if everything was okay. She brushed it off, saying she was exploring the neighborhood. I let it slide, but then things got weirder. I hear noises outside my house at odd hours, like someone rummaging around. One night, I peeked out and saw her, flashlight in hand, snooping around my backyard. I didn't want to escalate things, so I let it go, but it was really unsettling. The tension kept building. One afternoon, I was working in the backyard, and she just strolled right in, uninvited, acting like it was the most normal thing in the world. I told her politely that she couldn't just come into my yard like that, but she got defensive, claiming she was just looking for something she'd lost. She lingered, asking strange questions about my house and my schedule. It felt invasive, uncomfortable. I tried to wrap up the conversation, but she wasn't getting the message. She wouldn't leave until she'd checked every corner of the yard. The breaking point came when I found her standing on my porch one night, just staring at the front door. It was unnerving, this invasion of my personal space. I asked her what she was doing, but she just smiled, this eerie smile that sent chills down my spine. She said she liked the view from my porch and that she'd like to come in for a chat. I firmly told her no, feeling this rising sense of unease. She didn't seem to understand boundaries, and I was starting to feel threatened. I couldn't have someone like that lurking around my home. I closed and locked the door, double-checking all the windows. I didn't sleep well that night, this constant worry that she might come back or do something unexpected. The next day, I decided to install security cameras, just in case. Days passed without incident, but then I noticed something strange on the footage. There she was, in the middle of the night, skulking around my yard, looking into the windows. I felt this knot in my stomach, this creeping fear that she was fixated on my house for some reason. I went to her house, trying to reason with her, to make her understand that this wasn't normal behavior. But she was dismissive, acting like I was overreacting. I felt this sense of powerlessness, not knowing what she might do next or how far she'd go. One night, I heard noises outside, this shuffling, like someone was trying to open a window. I checked the cameras, and there she was, right at my back door, fiddling with the lock. I panicked, called the police, but by the time they arrived, she was gone. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I felt like a prisoner in my own home, this constant fear that she'd come back and try something worse. I kept the doors locked at all times, but it didn't ease the paranoia, the sense of violation. One evening, I was watching TV when I heard this tapping on the window. I turned, and there she was, staring right at me from my own yard. I felt this surge of adrenaline, this primal fear taking over. I shut the blinds, locked myself in the bedroom, and called the police. They came and talked to her, warned her about her behavior, but it didn't seem to faze her. She'd just stare back, this unsettling blank look, like she was oblivious to the gravity of her actions. I felt trapped, this constant worry that I was being watched, that she might try something worse. I started looking into moving out, wanting to get away from this terrifying situation, from her, from that house. It felt like I was living in a horror movie, with no end in sight. One night, I was in bed, and I heard this sound, like someone was trying to force the front door open. My heart raced, and I grabbed my phone, ready to call for help. I peeked out, and there she was, at the door, trying to break in. I yelled, told her I was calling the police, hoping it would scare her off, but she just laughed, this chilling, eerie laughter. She said something about wanting to talk, to discuss our future. I felt this overwhelming fear, this sense of being utterly helpless. I called the police, and they rushed over, but by the time they arrived, she was gone again. They tried to reassure me, but I couldn't shake off this terror that she might come back, that she might do something worse. I spent sleepless nights, jumping at every sound, every creak of the floorboards, terrified that she'd break in or that I'd wake up to find her standing in my room. Finally, I made the decision to leave, to get away from that place, from her, from the fear. I packed up my things, left behind that house that had turned into a living nightmare. I moved to a new town, changed my number, hoping to leave it all behind. But that fear, that paranoia, it lingered. I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched, of her lurking around every corner. It was a terror that followed me, a constant reminder of what I'd experienced. It was the most terrifying period of my life, this sense of vulnerability, this invasion of my safe space. I don't think I'll ever forget the chilling encounters, the fear that took hold, or the haunting thought that it might happen again. I moved into this new apartment, thrilled about starting fresh in a new neighborhood. Things were going great, but then there was my neighbor, Mr. Thompson. He seemed friendly enough at first, but as time went on, I noticed some weird things about him. He'd spend hours in his garage, tinkering with all sorts of odd contraptions and tools. Nothing too alarming, just a guy who liked to work on DIY projects, or so I thought. But then, the noises started. Strange clanks and whirs would echo through the walls late into the night. Sometimes, it sounded like he was hammering against metal or sawing something heavy. I'd catch glimpses of him carrying boxes into his garage, big ones. And the strange part? He always seemed to be doing this in the dead of night, like he was trying to avoid being seen. I tried not to think too much of it, but the curiosity gnawed at me. Then there were these occasional pungent odors seeping through the vents. Chemical-like smells that made me dizzy. I'd see his windows fogged up as if he'd been working with some intense fumes. I was getting more curious and worried about what he was up to. I mean, who wouldn't be, right? It's not like I wanted to pry or anything, but there was this growing sense of unease, this feeling that something wasn't right. One night, I couldn't sleep, and it was past midnight when I heard the strangest noise from his place. It was this muffled, frantic banging, like someone trapped or struggling against something. I felt this chill run down my spine. I mean, it's one thing to have a hobby, but this was eerie. I wanted to check on him, make sure everything was okay, but I was scared too, you know? So, I hesitated, debating whether to call for help or knock on his door. The noise stopped, and everything went silent. I tried to tell myself it was probably just some DIY project gone wrong. But then things took a sinister turn. The neighborhood pets started disappearing, and that's when my concern turned to fear. I'd see him dragging these heavy bags into his garage, and it made me sick to my stomach. I couldn't shake off this feeling that something terrible was happening right next door. One evening, I saw him in the hallway. He had this wild look in his eyes, this unsettling grin that sent shivers down my spine. He tried to make small talk, but there was something off about him, this intense energy that set me on edge. That night, I heard more noises, these guttural, muffled cries that echoed through the walls. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to do something. I mustered up the courage to knock on his door, hoping to confront him or at least offer help. When he opened the door, that's when I saw it. The room behind him was covered in plastic sheets, the floor stained with something dark and viscous. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I was frozen, unable to move or speak. There was this overwhelming feeling of terror, this gut instinct that I was in real danger. He tried to smile, but it was menacing, like he knew something I didn't. His eyes darted around, and I felt this panic rising inside me. I stammered, trying to ask about the noises, but he just laughed it off, saying it was his latest project and that I shouldn't worry. I mumbled something about leaving him to his work and practically ran back to my apartment. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I locked the door and called the police, trying to explain what I'd seen and heard. They arrived quickly, but when they knocked on Mr. Thompson's door, he didn't answer. They checked around the property and found nothing out of the ordinary. They assured me they'd look into it, but I couldn't shake off that feeling of dread. I started noticing odd things outside his place, holes dug in the backyard, freshly poured concrete slabs. I was petrified, feeling like I was in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. I couldn't sleep that night, or the next. Every noise made me jump, every creak in the building felt like him coming for me. The fear was paralyzing, this sense of impending danger lurking just a wall away. The police kept investigating, but there was no sign of Mr. Thompson. Days turned into weeks, and the neighborhood was on edge. There were rumors, whispers of strange happenings, but nothing concrete. I felt like I was losing my mind, constantly looking over my shoulder, afraid to leave my apartment. I'd hear noises from his place now and then, but whenever I glanced out my window, everything seemed normal. Then one day, the police discovered something chilling. They found a hidden compartment in his garage, and it was a scene straight out of a horror movie. Tools, bloodstains, and something that looked like a cage. It was confirmed he was wanted in connection with a series of disappearances in the area. I felt sick, thinking about how close I'd been to whatever horrors he'd been involved in. The relief of knowing he was caught mingled with this overwhelming fear of what could have happened. I moved out soon after, trying to leave it all behind, but the memory of those days, the terror I felt, it's something that still haunts me. The thought that I was living next to someone capable of such horrors is so disturbing. I'm sitting in my living room light, it's late, and the only sounds are the distant hum of the air conditioner and the gentle ticking of the clock on the wall. My mind is foggy from a late-night movie binge, and I'm ready to turn in. Suddenly, there's a sharp knock on the door. I glance at the clock, and it reads 2 a.m. Who could it be at this hour? I approach the door cautiously, peering through the peephole. It's Terrence, my next-door neighbor. He's always been odd, but this was different. His eyes were wild, like he wasn't entirely there, and he was clutching a small metal bowl in one hand. I opened the door just a crack, trying to keep my voice steady. Terrence, what are you doing here so late? He starts rambling about purification, saying he needs to cleanse my home. It made no sense. I try to politely refuse, but he insists, his voice growing more agitated. He's muttering something about saving my soul, his words becoming more frantic and disturbing by the second. My heart's pounding. I'm scared. This isn't the Terrence I know. I try to gently shut the door, but he shoves his foot in the doorway, preventing me from closing it. His eyes are intense, and there's this eerie determination in his gaze that sends shivers down my spine. Panic sets in. I push with all my strength, trying to close the door, but he's stronger. He pushes back, his voice escalating into this frenzied chant about purifying me, purging me of something sinister. I don't understand. I'm terrified. Adrenaline floods my system. I break free, stumbling backward, scrambling for the phone. I dial 911, my voice shaking as I try to explain the situation to the operator. But as I'm speaking, I hear a loud crash from the front door. Terrence has broken in. I flee, darting through the house, looking for any means of escape. It's like a nightmare. My heart's racing, my mind's in overdrive, searching for a way out. I hear him, his footsteps behind me, chanting something under his breath. I can't make out the words, they're distorted and haunting. I reach the back door, but it's locked. In a panic, I fumble with the key, struggling to unlock it. Every second feels like an eternity. I glance over my shoulder, and there he is, right behind me, this maniacal expression on his face. I manage to unlock the door and fling it open, racing into the backyard, my bare feet pounding on the cold ground. But I can't stop. I can't look back. I just run. I hear Terrence's voice echoing behind me, getting louder, and it's like he's everywhere, his chilling words echoing in the night. I'm sprinting, fueled by fear, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. I finally see my chance, the tall fence at the end of the yard. I vault over it, landing on the other side, and keep running, my heart in my throat. I don't know where I'm going. I just need to get away. The adrenaline starts to ebb, replaced by sheer exhaustion and this overwhelming sense of dread. I find myself in a nearby alley, hidden in the shadows, trying to catch my breath, praying that he hasn't followed. Minutes pass, maybe hours, I can't tell. Fear grips me, wondering if he's out there, waiting for me to reappear. I don't know how long I cower there, paralyzed by fear. Eventually, I gather the courage to peek out, to check if he's gone. The street seems empty, eerily quiet. I cautiously emerge from the alley, every sense on high alert, scanning my surroundings, looking for any sign of danger. I make my way to a neighbor's house, pounding on their door, desperate for help. They let me in, and I'm shaking, tears streaming down my face as I try to explain what happened. The police arrive soon after, and I recount the terrifying ordeal. They search for Terrence, but he's nowhere to be found. It's like he vanished into thin air. They assure me they'll keep an eye out for him, but they can't promise much else. I'm left shaken, traumatized by the night's events. I can't sleep, can't shake off the feeling that Terrence might return, that I'm not safe. The police patrol the area more often, but it doesn't ease the constant fear that lingers within me. It's a nightmare, a living nightmare that I can't escape. I look at my home, my safe haven, and it feels violated. I can't shake off the image of Terrence, the manic look in his eyes, the terrifying obsession with this bizarre purification. I was living in this quaint little neighborhood, a place where everyone knew each other's names, exchanged pleasantries, but there was always this one neighbor who seemed a bit off. His name was Craig. Craig was friendly enough at first, but there was something unsettling about his intense gaze and how he'd often linger a little too long in conversation. It all started with something so trivial, a simple dispute over the property line. I'd noticed some of his stuff creeping onto my side, and I politely mentioned it to him. That's when things took a turn. He got defensive, started yelling, accusing me of trying to take over his space. His tone was aggressive, intimidating. I didn't want any trouble, so I backed off, hoping it would blow over. But it didn't. His attitude towards me changed drastically. He'd glare when we passed each other, muttering under his breath. It was like living on edge, wondering when the next confrontation would happen. One evening, I was in the backyard, just trying to unwind after a long day. I heard this loud banging noise, like someone repeatedly slamming a door. My heart raced as I realized it was coming from Craig's place. I glanced over and saw him, wild-eyed and furious, pacing back and forth in his yard. I pretended not to notice, trying to go about my business, but he kept staring at me, this unsettling intensity that sent shivers down my spine. I went inside, trying to shrug it off, but it felt like he was watching me, like he was waiting for something. Later that night, there was this persistent knocking on my front door. It was late, far too late for anyone to be visiting. I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me, and I approached cautiously. When I opened the door, there he was, Craig, towering over me, his eyes burning with this intense rage. I tried to keep my voice steady, asked him what he wanted, but he just glared at me, this chilling silence hanging between us. Then, without a word, he tried to barge in. I managed to slam the door shut, fumbling for the lock, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear him outside, banging on the door, demanding to be let in, shouting obscenities. I called the police, my voice trembling as I tried to explain the situation. But while I was on the phone, the banging stopped. It was quiet, almost too quiet. I peeked through the window, and there he was, just standing in the yard, staring at my house with this sinister look. The police arrived, and I told them what happened. They spoke to Craig, but he denied everything, claimed he was just out for a walk. They couldn't do much without evidence, and it was his word against mine. I felt this sense of dread settle over me. I didn't feel safe in my own home anymore. Every noise outside made me jump, every shadow felt like a threat. I started keeping all the doors and windows locked, constantly looking over my shoulder. Days passed, and things seemed to quiet down. But there was this constant feeling of being watched, this lingering fear that he was still out there, waiting for the right moment. Then one night, I woke up to this strange scraping sound coming from outside my bedroom window. I summoned all my courage and peeked out. It was Craig, his face contorted into this twisted grin, scraping something against the glass. I froze in terror, unable to move or scream. He seemed to enjoy my fear, relishing in it. I couldn't comprehend what he was doing or what his intentions were, but it was chilling, to say the least. I called the police again, my voice shaking as I tried to convey the urgency of the situation. They arrived quickly, but by the time they got there, Craig was gone. They searched the area, but there was no sign of him. The police suggested getting a restraining order, but that wouldn't keep him away if he was determined. I felt trapped, like there was no escape from this relentless fear, this looming threat that Craig posed. I stayed with a friend for a while, hoping to feel safe again, but every time I returned home, it felt like stepping into a nightmare. I never knew when he'd show up, when I'd have to face the terrifying encounter again. I couldn't live like that, in constant fear. Eventually, I made the difficult decision to move away, to start fresh somewhere else, away from Craig and the haunting memories of that unsettling, terrifying time. It was a chapter one wanted to erase from my life, but one that I knew would linger in my nightmares for a long time to come. I work at this gas station, night shift mostly. It's usually quiet, nothing out of the ordinary. But this one night, things got real weird. There's this guy, seemed normal at first, like any other customer. He walked in with a smile, asking for some cigarettes. Seemed friendly enough, making small talk about the weather and stuff. But then something shifted, you know? His smile felt different, like it wasn't real, like it was hiding something else. I handed him his smokes, and he paid, but he lingered by the counter, asking questions. Innocent stuff, at first. But then it got personal, asking about my shift hours and if I worked alone. That's when things started feeling off, you know? Like he was sizing me up or something. I brushed it off, tried to act normal. But he kept coming closer, invading my space. He'd lean in when he talked, like he was trying to get inside my head. And then he said something that made my skin crawl. He said, "You're all alone here, aren't you? Must be scary." I tried to laugh it off, but I was getting nervous. He started asking if I had a boyfriend, if I lived nearby. Every question felt invasive, like he was prying into my life. Then he reached over the counter, getting too close for comfort. I took a step back, but he didn't stop. I could see something in his eyes, something dark. He was trying to be charming, but it felt fake. It felt dangerous. He asked if I wanted company for the night, said he could keep me safe. That's when I knew I needed him gone. I tried to play it cool, saying I had work to do. But he wasn't having it. He insisted on staying, said he was just being friendly. But his voice, it didn't match his smile. It was like a warning, you know? I started feeling trapped, like I couldn't get away from him. I tried to signal for help, but no one was around. It was just me and him, and I was starting to panic. I tried to keep calm, but inside, I was terrified. Then he made a move to come around the counter, and that's when I knew I had to do something. I grabbed the phone, pretended to call someone. Told him my boyfriend was coming, hoping he'd back off. But he just laughed and said, "I don't see anyone." I felt sick. I didn't know what he wanted, but I knew I had to get him out. I told him he had to leave, that he was making me uncomfortable. He acted surprised, like he was hurt. But his eyes, they were cold. He finally stepped back, but he didn't leave right away. He lingered by the door, looking at me with this unsettling smile. I locked the door as soon as he left, shaking like a leaf. I couldn't shake off that feeling, like I narrowly escaped something awful. I called the cops, told them what happened. They said they'd keep an eye out, but there wasn't much they could do. I spent the rest of the night on edge, checking every shadow, every noise. I still see his face when I close my eyes, that fake smile and those eyes that held something dark. I don't know what he wanted or what he was capable of, but I pray I never see him again. That night changed something in me, made me fear the friendly faces the most. It was getting late, and my fuel gauge blinked urgently at me, so I pulled into the gas station. It was one of those quiet stations along a deserted road, the kind where you're the only customer. I got out, trying to ignore the eerie feeling creeping up my spine. The place looked deserted, almost abandoned, except for one figure behind the counter. The guy at the register, there was something off about him. He was fidgety, jittery even, and his eyes darted around as if he was expecting something or someone. I tried to shake off the unease, chalking it up to a long day and a tired mind. I walked up to the counter, keeping a polite distance. He glanced at me, a quick, almost anxious look, and then back at the shelves behind him. He was muttering to himself, words I couldn't quite catch. His behavior was unsettling, but I needed to refuel and get back on the road. I asked for a full tank, trying to keep my tone casual. He nodded absently, then disappeared into the back. Minutes ticked by, and I started feeling uneasy, wondering why it was taking so long. I peeked around, but the place seemed deserted, not a soul in sight. Finally, he emerged, but something was different. His demeanor had changed. Now he was fixated on me, eyes locked onto mine in a way that made my skin crawl. His movements were slow, deliberate, as he started filling the tank. I felt like he was studying me, analyzing my every move. My heart started pounding, and I fumbled for my wallet, eager to pay and leave. But then he began speaking, a low voice, almost a whisper, muttering something about how late it was and how dangerous these roads could be at this hour. The words hung in the air, chilling me. I could feel the tension rising, a growing sense of unease settling like a heavy cloak. I just wanted to leave, to get out of there, but I needed to finish up. He finished filling the tank and slowly handed me the receipt. As I reached for it, our hands brushed, and a chill ran down my spine. His touch was cold, almost clammy, and he held onto my hand a beat longer than necessary, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that made my stomach churn. I muttered a quick thanks, snatched the receipt, and practically ran back to my car, heart racing. I didn't look back, but I felt his eyes on me, that intense stare burning into the back of my head. I got in, hands trembling as I started the engine, praying it wouldn't stall. I stole a glance at the store. It was like a scene from a horror movie. He was still there, watching, almost motionless, his eyes following me until I turned the corner, disappearing from view. The relief flooded in as I merged onto the road, away from that unsettling gas station. But something lingered, a sense of dread, of being watched, as if his gaze had seared into my mind, haunting me even as I drove away. The night seemed darker, the road more desolate. Every shadow, every rustle of leaves made me jump. I couldn't shake off the feeling of being followed, of that clerk's unsettling behavior replaying in my mind. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see his face, but the road behind was empty. Still, I couldn't shake off the feeling that I wasn't alone, that his eyes were still on me, watching from the shadows. I pressed harder on the gas pedal, eager to put distance between me and that gas station. But then, just ahead, I noticed a figure standing by the side of the road, barely illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlight. My heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be, I told myself, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light. But as I got closer, dread settled in my stomach. It was him, the clerk from the gas station, standing there, his eyes fixed on my car as I drove past. Panic surged, and I sped up, desperate to get away. But then, I noticed something even more chilling. He was holding something, waving it in the air. It looked like the receipt I had snatched from him moments ago. Fear clenched my chest as I drove faster, heart pounding in my ears. He was behind me, following, with that same unsettling stare burning into my back. I didn't know what he wanted, why he was following me, but I knew I had to get away, to escape that creeping terror. The road seemed endless, the night swallowing me whole. I dared not look back, but I could feel his presence, a haunting specter in the darkness. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, heart racing with each passing second. I couldn't shake off the feeling of being hunted, of being in a nightmare that I couldn't escape. I drove faster, recklessly, desperate to reach the safety of civilization. But no matter how far I drove, that unsettling feeling of being watched, of being followed, never faded. Finally, lights appeared on the horizon, signs of civilization, of safety. I pushed the car to its limits, adrenaline fueling my escape. As I approached the town, I dared to glance in the rearview mirror, praying he was gone. And to my relief, the road behind was empty. I drove straight to the nearest police station, heart still pounding, hands shaking as I recounted the nightmarish encounter. They listened intently, but their efforts to locate the gas station clerk turned up empty. I never found out why he was behaving so strangely, or why he followed me that night. I was driving back home after a long day at work, exhausted and eager to reach my cozy apartment. The gas gauge blinked ominously, reminding me that I needed to refuel. I pulled into a nearby gas station, hoping for a quick stop. As I maneuvered towards a pump, I noticed a man in a flashy car cutting sharply into the lane ahead of me. Irritated, I honked my horn, but he seemed oblivious, lost in his own world. Annoyance simmered as I parked behind him, waiting for my turn at the pump. He finished refueling, but instead of leaving, he sat there, texting or doing who knows what on his phone. I tapped on my steering wheel, impatient to get going, but he didn't budge. Frustration building, I stepped out of my car to approach him. "Hey, you done here?" I called out, trying to keep my tone civil. He glanced at me, a smirk playing on his lips, and muttered something under his breath before speeding off, almost knocking over the pump. I shook my head, muttered a few choice words, and got out to fill up. But as I stood there, I noticed him circling back, his car creeping up slowly. My stomach knotted with unease, something wasn't right. He rolled down his window, shouting obscenities, accusing me of honking at him, claiming I had ruined his day. I tried to reason, to defuse the situation, but his rage was escalating. His words turned venomous, threatening, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I hurried to finish, trying to ignore him, but he stepped out of his car, towering over me. Fear gripped me, his anger was palpable, almost tangible. My heart raced as I fumbled to replace the nozzle, desperate to get away. He approached aggressively, his face contorted in fury, and I realized I needed to get back into my car, lock the doors, and drive away. I did just that, hastily jumping into the driver's seat, heart pounding in my chest. As I tried to start the engine, I saw him storming towards my car, his expression twisted with rage. Panic surged through me. I fumbled with the keys, praying the engine would roar to life. But it refused, betraying me at the worst possible moment. He reached my window, pounding on it, his shouts echoing inside the car. I was frozen, trapped, my mind racing with scenarios of what he might do. My hand shook as I reached for my phone to call for help, but in my panic, I dropped it. The seconds stretched into eternity as I pleaded for him to leave me alone, to back off, but he seemed relentless, his threats escalating with each passing moment. I felt powerless, my voice trembling as I begged for someone, anyone, to intervene. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw another car pulling into the station. Relief surged through me. Maybe this newcomer could help. Maybe they'd scare him off. But my relief turned into sheer horror as I recognized the face behind the wheel. It was another person from the road. I was trapped between two aggressors, their animosity directed squarely at me. Panic surged anew, the feeling of being utterly alone in this menacing situation overwhelming me. I didn't know what to do. Fear paralyzed me as I felt the situation spiraling out of control, a helpless witness to my own potential peril. My thoughts raced, trying to find a way out of this nightmare, but nothing seemed to make sense in that moment. Suddenly, a surge of determination cut through my fear. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the engine roaring to life. In a split-second decision, I veered sharply, narrowly missing the man at my window, and sped out of there, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I didn't look back until I was far away, my heart still pounding, hands trembling on the steering wheel. Tears welled in my eyes as I realized how close I had been to something truly terrifying. I drove to the nearest police station, my hands shaking as I recounted the ordeal to the officers. They assured me they'd look into it, but the fear lingered, the memory of that man's menacing rage etched into my mind. Days passed, but the incident haunted me, a reminder of the darker side of encounters on the road. I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability, the raw terror of being at someone else's mercy, trapped and powerless. It was late, and I needed to grab a few things from the gas station. The night was quiet, stars peeking through the dark sky. As I pulled up to the station, something caught my eye, an unusual figure by the air pump. It was a little girl, her face stained with tears, looking lost and scared. My heart went out to her. I parked and cautiously approached, trying not to startle her. She was visibly upset, sniffling and trembling. I asked if she was okay, but she just stared at me, wide-eyed, clutching a torn piece of cloth in her tiny hands. I didn't know what to do, she looked so fragile and alone. I asked if she was waiting for someone or if I could help her in any way. She finally whispered, almost inaudibly, that she was running away from something and needed help. My instincts kicked in, and I knew I couldn't just leave her there. I asked if she wanted to sit in my car, thinking it might make her feel safer. She hesitated but eventually nodded, holding onto that piece of cloth as if it was her lifeline. I walked her to my car, and as she climbed in, I caught a glimpse of the piece of cloth. It was part of a dress, torn and blood-stained. My heart sank, a wave of unease washing over me. I asked her where she was coming from, hoping to understand what had happened. But she remained silent, staring blankly out the window. The atmosphere felt heavy, suffocating even, as if something terrible was lurking in the silence. I started the car and drove towards the gas station attendant, hoping they could help or at least call the authorities. But as I pulled up, the station looked deserted, eerie even, with no signs of life. I felt a chill run down my spine. I glanced at the girl, trying to assess the situation, but she seemed to have withdrawn into herself. Suddenly, a movement caught my eye, a shadowy figure at the edge of the gas station, someone or something lurking in the darkness. My heart raced as I realized we weren't alone. Panic surged through me, and instinctively, I locked the car doors. I tried to calm the girl, assuring her that everything would be okay, but inside, I was gripped by fear. The figure in the shadows seemed to be approaching, slowly, deliberately. I wanted to drive away, to get us out of there, but I couldn't risk it with this child in my car. I frantically searched for my phone to call for help, but the signal was weak, barely there. I tried to start the car, but it refused to cooperate, the engine sputtering as if mocking my attempts to escape. The figure drew closer, revealing itself, a tall, looming figure, their face obscured by darkness. Fear paralyzed me as I realized that this situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. I had to protect the girl, but I was at a loss. Then, just as the figure was within a few feet of the car, I noticed something, a glint of light, a reflection off a badge. Relief flooded me as I realized it was a police officer. I hastily rolled down the window, desperate for help. The officer approached, asking questions, trying to understand the situation. But before I could explain, he motioned for me to step out of the car, his tone urgent yet cautious. As I complied, I noticed his gaze shift from me to the girl in the car. His expression changed, something unreadable flashed across his face, a mix of shock and alarm. He whispered something into his radio, words I couldn't quite catch, and then, out of nowhere, he yelled at me to step away from the car. Confusion gripped me as I tried to comprehend what was happening. But then, more police cars arrived, surrounding us, officers emerging with caution in their stance. They were focused on the girl, treating her as if she was dangerous. I was utterly bewildered. The officers led me away, asking questions, trying to piece things together. But they wouldn't give me any answers, just a solemn request to stay calm and cooperate. Hours passed, but the confusion and fear lingered. I tried to make sense of what had happened, but the authorities were tight-lipped, keeping me in the dark. Eventually, they told me to go home, but the events of that night haunted me. I couldn't shake off the feeling that something sinister had happened at that gas station, something beyond my comprehension. Days turned into weeks, but the memory of the distressed girl and the eerie gas station lingered like a chilling nightmare. The authorities never revealed what they found or what had transpired that night, leaving me with an unsettling sense of dread and unanswered questions. It was a night I'd never forget, the night I stumbled upon a young girl in distress, only to uncover a series of unsettling events that would forever haunt me, a mystery that remained shrouded in darkness. I was working the late shift at the gas station, tired and longing for the end of my shift. It was quiet. The usual hum of the machines and the occasional car passing by were the only sounds in the otherwise still night. That's when he walked in, stumbling and reeking of alcohol. He was swaying, barely able to keep his balance as he made his way to the counter. I plastered a polite smile, trying to keep my unease at bay. He started mumbling something incoherent, and I could tell he was heavily intoxicated. I asked if he needed help, but he just grumbled, demanding a pack of cigarettes. As I reached for the cigarettes, his demeanor changed. His voice grew louder, angrier. He accused me of judging him, of being disrespectful. I tried to calm him down, but he grew more belligerent, leaning across the counter, invading my personal space. My heart raced as I scanned the area, hoping for someone to come in, but the station remained eerily empty. He was getting aggressive, his words slurred but menacing. He banged his fist on the counter, demanding more and more, his demeanor turning threatening. I tried to reason with him, to pacify him, but it only seemed to incite more fury. His words were filled with venom, his eyes dark and piercing. Fear gnawed at me. I was alone, vulnerable, facing this intoxicated man who was growing more hostile by the second. He stepped closer, towering over me, and panic surged through me like an electric shock. I felt trapped, my thoughts racing for a way out, but I was frozen. I begged him to leave, to calm down, but he was beyond reason. He leaned in closer, his breath reeking of alcohol, and I could feel the tension escalating. The situation felt volatile, on the edge of something dangerous. My mind raced with scenarios of what could happen, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I glanced towards the security camera, praying someone was watching, but the screen was blank. I was on my own, facing this escalating situation with no one to help. I wished I had taken the self-defense classes I'd been considering. I wished I had some sort of protection. He reached across the counter, grabbing at something, and for a split second, my heart stopped. But it was just a bag of chips. Still, the fear lingered, my pulse racing, my hands trembling. I tried to keep my composure, to keep my voice steady as I insisted he needed to leave. But he wouldn't listen, his eyes burning with aggression. He raised his voice, hurling insults, and I felt the panic rising. I looked around, hoping for anything that could aid me, a weapon, a phone that wasn't behind the counter. but there was nothing. I was defenseless, and that realization made the fear surge. He lunged forward suddenly, knocking items off the counter, and I took a step back, heart pounding. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through me, a mixture of fear and an overwhelming desire to escape. My mind raced with scenarios. I needed to get him out, to make it to the door, to call for help. But he was blocking the exit, a menacing figure in my path. I could feel the fear rising, choking me. I tried to project strength, to maintain some semblance of control, but inside, I was a jumble of terror and desperation. I wished someone, anyone, would walk in, would intervene, but the night remained silent, almost too silent. The seconds felt like an eternity as I tried to reason, to plead, but it was futile. He wasn't listening, his aggression growing by the second. I was teetering on the edge of something truly terrifying. Suddenly, he grabbed a nearby display, hurling it to the ground, the sound echoing through the station. I flinched, the noise jarring, my heart pounding against my chest. I knew I had to act, to find a way out. In a burst of adrenaline-fueled determination, I made a dash for the door, pushing past him. My heart was racing, my legs moving on pure instinct. I didn't look back until I reached the safety of the outside, the cold air hitting my face like a relief. I sprinted towards the neighboring store, gasping for breath as I called the police. The fear was still there, the encounter vivid in my mind, replaying like a nightmare on a loop. The police arrived, but the man was gone by then. I felt shaken, violated, and the terror lingered long after he had left. It was a chilling reminder of how a seemingly routine night could turn into a nightmare, leaving behind a lingering fear that wouldn't easily fade. I spent the rest of the night with the police, giving my statement, reliving the horror of those tense moments. It was an encounter that had shaken me to the core, leaving behind an unsettling fear that would take time to overcome. It was an ordinary evening, just another shift at the gas station where I worked part-time. The monotony of the night was only broken by the occasional car pulling in for fuel or snacks. The place was quiet, the buzz of fluorescent lights casting an eerie glow across the deserted aisles. She was one of my co-workers, a young woman named Emily, handling the night shift with me. She was friendly, always cracking jokes to pass the time. But that night, something felt off. Around midnight, she excused herself, saying she needed a break. I didn't think much of it. Everyone needs a moment to stretch their legs or grab a breath of fresh air. But minutes turned into an hour, and there was no sign of her. I called out her name, checked the employee lounge, even the restroom, but she was nowhere to be found. Anxiety gnawed at me, a growing sense of unease stirring in my gut. I decided to check the security footage, hoping for some clue. I scanned through the recordings, and that's when I noticed it, an odd, blurry figure emerging from the shadows near the back entrance, right around the time Emily had vanished. My heart raced, a shiver running down my spine. Who was that figure? Was Emily in some sort of trouble? I had to find out. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously stepped outside, the night air chilling me to the bone. The station seemed oddly silent, the usual hum of the machines gone. The darkness felt heavy, pressing in on me as I walked towards the dumpsters at the back. My flashlight beam flickered across the pavement, casting eerie shadows. As I rounded the corner, I caught a glimpse of something, a faint trail of what looked like blood droplets leading into the darkness. Fear gripped me, a knot forming in my stomach. I followed the trail cautiously, the adrenaline coursing through me. Each step felt heavier, the night growing colder, darker. The trail led me to the edge of the forest, a dense expanse of trees stretching out into the night. I hesitated, fear clawing at my chest. What if something terrible had happened to Emily? I pushed forward, the flashlight beam piercing the darkness. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a twig underfoot sent shivers down my spine. I called out her name, hoping for any sign of a response, but the only reply was the haunting echo of my own voice. The forest seemed endless, the silence hauntingly loud. I felt a growing sense of dread, an overwhelming feeling that something was terribly wrong. Then, I saw a faint glimmer in the distance. I picked up my pace, the adrenaline fueling my determination. As I drew closer, I realized it was a small clearing ahead, a clearing that seemed out of place in the dense forest. My heart pounded as I stepped into the clearing, my flashlight beam dancing across the scene. There, lying on the ground, was Emily's jacket, torn and stained. Dread washed over me, a cold sweat breaking out on my skin. I scanned the area, my breaths coming in short, panic gasps. And that's when I saw it, a cryptic symbol etched into the tree trunk, illuminated by my flashlight. It was strange, unfamiliar, sending a chill down my spine. Panic surged within me as I realized how lost I was in this unfamiliar, foreboding place. I felt a presence, a sense of being watched, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I heard something, a distant, muffled sound that sent a chill down my spine. It was a faint whisper, almost inaudible, carrying a haunting quality. I strained my ears, trying to make out any words, any hint of where it came from. As I moved deeper into the forest, the whisper grew louder, more distinct. It was Emily's voice, soft, trembling, pleading for help. My heart raced, adrenaline dragging me forward, my instinct screaming for me to find her. I followed the sound, stumbling through the thick underbrush, my pulse thundering in my ears. The air grew colder, heavier, a sense of foreboding settling around me like a shroud. And then, silence fell like a heavy curtain. The whispering stopped, and I was plunged into an eerie stillness. I stood there, heart pounding, my breaths coming in panic gasps, trying to make sense of what was happening. I felt a presence behind me, a sensation of someone watching, of someone closing in. I spun around, my flashlight casting wild beams of light, but there was nothing, just the impenetrable darkness of the forest. I called out Emily's name, my voice trembling with fear and urgency. There was no response, just the oppressive silence of the night. I felt a knot form in my stomach, a sinking feeling of dread settling in. Then, a sudden gust of wind blew through the trees, a haunting howl that seemed almost otherworldly. I shivered, feeling as though the very forest was alive, watching, waiting. I turned to retrace my steps, to get out of this chilling forest, to seek help, but everything looked unfamiliar. Panic rose within me as I realized I was disoriented, lost in this eerie expanse of trees. The distant sound of footsteps echoed through the woods, jolting me from my thoughts. Fear coursed through my veins as I realized I wasn't alone, someone, or something, was out there, closing in. I stumbled through the underbrush, branches clawing at my skin, my heart pounding like a drumbeat. Every shadow seemed to shift, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. I heard whispers again, ghostly echoes that seemed to surround me. I couldn't make out the words, but they sent a chill down my spine, a primal fear clawing at me. Then, I saw it, a faint glow in the distance, a dim light that seemed out of place in this darkness. I pushed forward, desperation fueling my steps. As I drew closer, I realized it was the gas station, the comforting glow of the lights cutting through the oppressive darkness. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. The gas station seemed deserted, the eerie silence sending shivers down my spine. I called out, but my voice echoed into the empty night, unanswered. I stumbled back into the station, adrenaline still coursing through me, the fear lingering like a haunting memory. I grabbed the phone, dialing emergency services, my hands trembling. When the police arrived, they scoured the area, but there was no sign of Emily. They questioned me, and I recounted everything, the strange figure in the security footage, the ominous symbol in the woods, the haunting whispers. Days passed, and there was no trace of Emily. The police conducted searches, interviewed people, but she had vanished without a trace. I couldn't shake the feeling that something malevolent lurked in those woods, something sinister that had swallowed Emily whole. The memory of that night haunted me, the fear of the unknown clawing at my thoughts. Emily's disappearance remained a chilling mystery, an unsolved puzzle that left a haunting sense of dread. The gas station stood as a reminder of that eerie night, a place tinged with an unsettling atmosphere that I could never forget. Working the late shift at the gas station wasn't something I enjoyed, but bills needed paying. It was quiet, usually a few customers buying cigarettes or snacks, nothing out of the ordinary. But that night, there was something unsettling in the air, an unspoken tension that made my skin crawl. He walked in around midnight, a tall man with piercing eyes and a demeanor that seemed out of place. There was an intensity about him, an unsettling air that made me instinctively nervous. His gaze lingered too long, and a chill ran down my spine. He approached the counter with an air of confidence, asking for a pack of cigarettes. But his requests took a strange turn, asking peculiar questions that didn't quite make sense. He wanted specific brands, numbers, almost as if there was some hidden code in his inquiries. I tried to brush it off, chalking it up to late-night oddities, but there was something about the way he spoke that sent alarm bells ringing in my head. His eyes bore into mine, as if he was searching for something beyond the surface. He lingered, making small talk that felt too forced, too calculated. His words were coded in a strange charm that felt more like a facade than genuine friendliness. I felt a growing sense of unease, a gut feeling that something wasn't right. His requests became increasingly bizarre, asking for items we didn't even sell, insisting on specific combinations of products that made no sense. It was as if he was probing, testing the waters, searching for something that remained hidden to me. I tried to excuse myself, citing the need to attend to other tasks, but he wasn't ready to let me go. He leaned in closer, his eyes intense, his voice low and deliberate. He spoke cryptic words, almost like a riddle, hinting at some unknown puzzle. I felt a shiver run down my spine, a sense of urgency to escape the suffocating atmosphere he brought with him. But every attempt to disengage only seemed to fuel his persistence, his demeanor growing more unsettling by the second. I caught glimpses of something hidden beneath the surface, a darkness lurking behind those piercing eyes. His words took on a sinister edge, each syllable laced with an unnerving intent that sent a chill down my spine. His gaze never wavered, his requests becoming more intrusive, probing into personal details that felt too invasive. It was as if he wanted to unravel me, to peel back the layers until he found what he sought. I tried to signal to my colleague, hoping for a momentary distraction, but they were busy with other customers, unaware of the unsettling exchange transpiring at the counter. The man's eyes never left mine, his words weaving a web of discomfort around me. It felt like a trap, a suffocating sense of being cornered with no escape in sight. Minutes felt like hours, the night stretching on as if time itself had slowed down. The atmosphere in the gas station grew stifling, the air heavy with an unspoken tension. As he finally turned to leave, his parting words sent a shiver down my spine, a cryptic warning that echoed in my mind long after he had gone. The relief of his departure was overshadowed by an unsettling feeling that lingered like a specter. I tried to shake off the encounter, telling myself that it was just a strange customer, nothing more. But the memory of his words, his piercing gaze, haunted my thoughts. The night dragged on, each creak of the door, each sound outside making my heart race. I felt as though I was being watched, a sensation that made my skin crawl. The minutes turned into hours, the clock ticking away the night. My colleague left, leaving me alone in the dimly lit station, a solitary figure in a place that suddenly felt overwhelmingly vast. I tried to focus on my tasks, to distract myself from the unsettling encounter, but every shadow seemed to move, every sound felt like a harbinger of impending doom. Then, as I went to lock the doors for the night, I noticed something chilling, a faint scratch on the glass, a symbol etched into the surface. It was the same symbol the man had traced with his fingers during our exchange. Fear gripped me, a sense of impending danger swirling around me. I locked the doors, triple-checking them, trying to shut out the growing dread that threatened to consume me. I called the police, trying to explain the unsettling encounter, the odd requests, the cryptic warnings. But even as I spoke, a feeling of helplessness settled within me, a gnawing fear that something sinister lurked just beyond my line of sight. The night seemed endless, the shadows morphing into grotesque shapes that played tricks on my mind. Every creak, every rustle outside felt like a malevolent presence closing in. I barricaded myself in the back office, the flickering light of the security monitors offering little comfort. I watched the screens, my heart racing at every shadow that passed by the cameras. Hours passed, and the darkness outside seemed impenetrable. I felt like a cornered animal, trapped in a suffocating silence broken only by the occasional sound that made my blood run cold. Then, a tapping at the window, a chilling sound that shattered the silence of the night. I froze, fear paralyzing me as I dared not move, dared not even breathe. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, a haunting rhythm that sent shivers down my spine. I could hear faint whispers carried by the wind, ghostly echoes that seemed to mock my terror. The police arrived, their flashlights cutting through the darkness as they scoured the area. But there was no sign of the man, no trace of his presence except for the eerie symbol etched into the glass. The night finally ended, but the terror remained, the memory of that chilling encounter etched into my mind, a reminder of the inexplicable fear that had gripped me. Days turned into weeks, and the incident faded into the past, but the gas station held an atmosphere tinged with an unsettling energy that I could never shake off. It was a usual night at the gas station, nothing out of the ordinary. I was tidying up the counter when I noticed something odd on the floor. There, scattered around, were some old photographs. I picked them up and squinted at them, trying to make out the details. They were snapshots of a woman, smiling, at least that's what it looked like at first glance. But the more I looked, the more I realized something was off about those pictures. There was a sense of unease that crept in as I studied them. The woman's smile seemed forced, almost strained. Her eyes had this haunting emptiness, like she was hiding something dark behind that smile. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but those pictures sent a shiver down my spine. I couldn't just leave them lying around, so I tucked them behind the counter, thinking the owner might want to check if someone had dropped them. As the night wore on, I couldn't shake off the feeling those pictures left behind. It was like a cloud hanging over the place, making the silence of the late hours even more eerie. And then she walked in, a woman in her mid-30s, wearing a long coat that seemed a bit too heavy for the season. Her eyes darted around the store, and when they met mine, I felt a jolt of unease. It was her, the woman from the pictures. My skin prickled as she approached the counter, a forced smile on her lips that mirrored the ones in the photographs. She bought a few things, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off about her. It wasn't just the pictures, it was the way she moved, her demeanor, like she was hiding something beneath that calm facade. She left, but something made me go and check behind the counter. The pictures were gone, vanished as if they were never there. My heart raced. Had she taken them back? But why? What was so important about those pictures? I tried to push the thoughts away, to focus on my work. But then I noticed something outside. Her car was still parked, right under the flickering streetlight. She was just sitting there, staring straight ahead, not moving an inch. It was unsettling, to say the least. What was she waiting for? I tried to ignore the feeling of dread creeping in, tried to convince myself that it was all just a coincidence. But my gut told me otherwise. There was something deeply unsettling about those pictures and her behavior. I kept stealing glances at her car, trying to make sense of the situation. But the night wore on, and she didn't move. I tried to distract myself with other tasks, but the unease lingered, like a shadow haunting every corner of the store. Suddenly, the lights flickered. It was a brief flicker, but it was enough to send a chill down my spine. I glanced outside, and she was gone. The car, the woman, vanished into the night. I felt a knot in my stomach, a sense of foreboding that something was very wrong. The atmosphere seemed thicker, the air heavier, as if something was about to happen. I wanted to call the cops, but what would I say? A woman bought something and then sat in her car? It sounded absurd, even to me. Then, a noise. A faint, scraping sound from outside, like nails on a chalkboard. My heart raced as I realized it was coming from the back of the gas station. I grabbed a flashlight and hesitantly made my way outside, my pulse pounding in my ears. I shone the light towards the back, and that's when I saw her. She was standing there, in the shadows, staring right at me. Her eyes, hollow and cold, made my blood run cold. I wanted to run, to scream for help, but I was frozen in place. She slowly raised a finger to her lips, gesturing for silence, and then disappeared into the darkness. I sprinted back inside, heart pounding, hands trembling. I locked the doors, but the feeling of dread lingered, a heavy weight on my chest. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak, every sound had me on edge. What was she planning? What did those pictures mean? The next morning, I checked the area where I saw her, and there it was, a piece of torn photograph. It was her, but this time, her smile was twisted, almost maniacal, as if she was reveling in some sinister secret. I went to the police, showed them the torn photo, and told them everything. They promised to look into it, but their assurances did little to calm my frayed nerves. I kept replaying the events in my head, wondering what she wanted, what she was hiding. That sense of unease, that feeling of being watched, it stayed with me long after that night. Sometimes, it's not the things you can see that are the scariest. It's the unknown, the unanswered questions that haunt you the most. That woman in those pictures, they left a mark on me, a strange fear that never quite went away. The gas station was quiet that night, just the low hum of the refrigerators and the occasional car passing by. I was alone at the counter, organizing the shelves when I noticed a man, a regular customer named Craig. He was browsing the aisles. Nothing seemed off. But then, while he was at the counter, paying for gas, I caught a glimpse of something high on the small monitor that displayed the surveillance footage. I leaned closer, squinting at the screen. Craig was looking directly at the camera, his eyes fixated, and there was this strange smirk on his face. He was doing something with his phone, scrolling through it as if looking for something specific. The way he was acting, it made my skin crawl. It was like he knew the camera was there, like he was performing for it. I clicked through the footage, and my heart sank. There were more instances, not just today. He seemed to deliberately position himself in front of the camera, staring into it with that same unsettling expression. I felt a knot form in my stomach, a mix of confusion and fear. What was he up to? Was he trying to send a message? Or was he trying to intimidate? The more I watched, the more my anxiety grew. Some of the footage showed him lingering near the aisles, watching other customers, but his gaze kept drifting back to the cameras. It was like he had a sick fascination with being watched. The feeling of being observed, like I was part of his game, sent chills down my spine. I knew I had to do something, to confront him, but I was terrified. What if he turned aggressive? What if he denied everything and I was overreacting? But those thoughts were drowned by the feeling that something was very wrong. I couldn't just ignore it. I mustered up the courage to approach him, trying to sound casual, asking if everything was all right with the gas pump. His smile was too wide, too forced. He didn't say much, just muttered something about the pump being slow, and then he left. But as he did, he looked straight at the cameras again, that unsettling smirk lingering on his face. I went back to the footage, trying to figure out what he might have been doing. I saw him taking pictures of the shelves, the aisles, the customers. It was as if he was documenting something, but what? My hands were shaking, and I knew I had to tell someone, to report it. But as I picked up the phone, ready to dial, I heard a sound from outside. A car door slamming shut. I glanced out the window and saw Greg's car parked just outside, his figure lingering in the shadows. My heart raced, and I froze. He was watching, waiting. I could feel the hairs on my neck stand up. I put the phone down, afraid that if I called the cops, it would escalate things. What if he retaliated? What if he came back? I was torn, trapped between a growing sense of danger and the fear of making it worse. But deep down, I knew this was wrong. I couldn't let this slide, not when there was something so deeply unsettling about it. I had to act. I stepped outside, trying to appear nonchalant, but my heart pounded in my chest. Craig was leaning against his car, his eyes meeting mine with a chilling intensity. There was a silence, heavy and menacing. I tried to speak, to confront him about the footage, but before I could, he laughed, a hollow, unsettling laugh that sent shivers down my spine. "I like watching," he said, his voice laced with a sinister tone that made my blood run cold. "You're always being watched, you know?" I felt a surge of panic, a raw fear coursing through me. I stumbled back into the store, locking the door behind me, my hands trembling as I fumbled for the phone again. This time, I called the police, not caring about the consequences. I had to protect myself. I had to make sure he couldn't do whatever he was planning. As I waited for the police to arrive, every minute felt like an eternity. I watched Craig through the window, pacing outside, a twisted smile on his face. He knew I had called the cops, and it seemed to amuse him. It was a game to him, a sick, twisted game where I was the helpless pawn. When the police arrived, Craig was gone. They took my statement, promised to investigate, but as I watched them leave, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. What was he planning? What did he want? And more importantly, was he coming back? That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak, every shadow felt like a threat. I kept checking the locks, peering out the window, half expecting to see Craig lurking in the darkness. It felt like I was being watched, like his eyes were still on me, even though he wasn't there. The days that followed were a blur of anxiety. I tried to carry on, to resume my routine, but every time a car pulled up or someone lingered too long, I felt a surge of panic. The police said they were investigating, but there was no sign of Craig. It was like he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a chilling sense of foreboding. I quit that job soon after. The feeling of being watched, the fear of him coming back, it was too much. But even now, months later, I can't shake that eerie feeling. The idea that someone could be watching, documenting your every move, it's a terror that lingers, an invisible threat that never truly goes away. I remember the night like it was yesterday, the night when it all felt like it slipped off the edge of normal. I was on the late shift at the gas station, just trying to get through the night. It was quiet, a regular night with the buzz of the fluorescent lights and the occasional hum of a car pulling up for gas. Then he walked in, a man in his late 30s, maybe early 40s, with a scowl etched deep on his face. His eyes were wild, restless, and something about the way he carried himself sent a chill down my spine. At first, there was nothing out of the ordinary. He grabbed a few items, paid without so much as a glance, and left. But then he came back, agitated, complaining about the gas pump not working right. I apologized, offered to help, but it was like nothing I said could calm him down. He started shouting, demanding a refund, and his voice echoed through the empty store. I could feel the tension rise, and it wasn't just him. It was like the air itself was thick with something uncomfortable. He got angrier by the minute, his words turning sharper, more personal. The look in his eyes, it wasn't just anger. It was like he wanted to intimidate, to strike fear. My heart raced, and I tried to keep calm, but I could feel fear crawling up my spine. Then, he started to get closer. I stepped back, my hand searching for something, anything that could be used till things took a bad turn. But he kept advancing, like a predator closing in on its prey. His voice was venomous, every word cutting deeper, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I tried to reason with him, but there was no reaching him. It was like talking to a wall. I hit the panic button behind the counter, hoping for some form of rescue, but it felt like an eternity waiting for help. His threats grew darker, words that sent shivers down my spine, making my skin crawl. It wasn't just about the refund anymore, it was about something darker, something far more personal. The store felt like a cage, and I was trapped with this unpredictable stranger. The minutes felt like hours as I stood there, feeling the rising terror like a storm brewing inside me. My mind raced through scenarios, thoughts of how to protect myself, how to survive this nightmare. The store was silent except for his menacing words, and every nerve in my body screamed for escape. Finally, I heard the sirens in the distance, relief flooding through me like a wave. But even with the police on their way, his eyes remained fixed on me, a chilling intensity that felt like it would never fade. The wait for help felt like an eternity, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was teetering on the edge of something truly horrifying. When the police arrived, he backed away, the storm in his eyes fading into something eerily composed. They led him away, but his eyes never left me, and even as he disappeared into the night, that look lingered, etched into my memory. That night changed something in me. It was a glimpse into the darker corners of human nature, a confrontation with a fear that felt all too real. I still work at the gas station, but that night hangs over me like a shadow. It's a reminder that sometimes, the scariest things aren't the ones you can see coming. It was late, well past midnight, and I needed to refuel. I pulled into the gas station, a small, rundown place on the outskirts of town. The station was eerily quiet, and I noticed just one car parked at the pump. A man was standing there, hunched over his vehicle, which seemed like it had been in a wreck. I hesitated for a moment, but I needed gas, so I parked a few pumps away from him. As I got out of my car, I saw the man staggering, blood trickling down his forehead. He looked disoriented, like he was lost in his own world. His eyes met mine, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I asked if he was okay, but he just mumbled something incoherent and turned away. I grabbed the pump, trying to keep an eye on him as I fueled up. Something felt off about the situation. There were no other cars around, no sign of anyone else at the station. The man was pacing now, muttering to himself, and his movements were erratic, like he was fighting against something. I finished fueling and went inside to pay. The cashier, an older woman, looked worried. She told me that the man had shown up a few minutes ago, his car smashed up like it had been in a wreck. But here was the strangest part, there wasn't a scratch on him. No injuries, no sign of trauma, nothing. I paid quickly, feeling uneasy. As I walked out, I glanced at the man again. He was staring at his car, an odd grin on his face. And then, to my horror, he began hitting his head against the car door, over and over again, without flinching, without any signs of pain. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. It was like he was trying to hurt himself, testing his limits. It didn't make sense. I wanted to help, but I was scared. Scared of what might happen if I got involved. I hurried back to my car, trying to ignore the pounding in my chest. That's when I heard the screams. They were coming from the man at the pump. His screams were piercing, filled with agony. I turned around, and I wish I hadn't. The man was convulsing, his body contorting in ways that were impossible. It was like he was possessed by something. His limbs twisted unnaturally, and his face, it was contorted in agony, but there was something else, something dark in his eyes. I was frozen in terror, watching this horror unfold. It was like his body was fighting against some unseen force. The screams echoed in the stillness of the night, a nightmarish symphony of pain. And then, abruptly, it stopped. The man collapsed, lying motionless on the ground, his eyes wide open, staring into nothingness. I was petrified, unsure of what to do. My mind screamed to get help, to call someone, but my body wouldn't move. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking uncontrollably. But before I could dial, the man twitched. His body jerked, and then he slowly got up, that same eerie grin on his face. There was blood all over him, but he looked calm. I locked the car doors, my heart pounding in my ears. He started walking towards me, his gait slow, deliberate. I felt sheer terror grip me, the kind that makes you forget how to breathe. I started the car, ready to drive away, but as I looked up, he was right at my window, staring in with those empty eyes. I hit the gas pedal, the tires screeching as I sped away from the gas station. I didn't look back, my hands shaking as I drove, desperate to get away from whatever had just happened. The image of his contorted body and that haunting stare haunted me, replaying over and over in my mind. I didn't stop until I reached the safety of my home. I locked every door and window, my mind racing with questions. What was that? What had I just witnessed? Was it some sort of drug-induced psychosis, or something far more sinister? That night, sleep evaded me. The image of that man haunted my dreams, his contorted body and that eerie smile etched in my mind. It felt like a waking nightmare, one that I couldn't shake off. I never heard about it on the news, never found out what had happened at that gas station. It was like it never occurred, but I knew what I saw was real. It felt like a brush with something beyond comprehension, something that lurked in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. I was driving back home, usual stuff, nothing strange until this car appeared behind me. It was late, and the road was deserted, so I noticed it right away. At first, I thought maybe they were just heading the same way, you know? But then this guy started tailgating me, getting way too close. I tried to ignore it, thinking maybe he was just in a rush or something. But then he started flashing his headlights, honking like crazy. I didn't get it, wasn't doing anything wrong. I felt this sense of unease creeping in. I decided to speed up a bit, thinking he might pass me or something. But he didn't. He just kept following, getting even closer. I could see him in my rearview mirror, this guy with this intense look on his face, like he was determined or something. I started feeling this panic bubbling up. I didn't know what he wanted or why he was after me. I tried changing lanes, taking different turns, but he was right there, following my every move. I didn't understand. I'd never seen this guy before. He rolled down his window and started shouting something, but I couldn't hear him over the sound of my car. I tried to ignore him, tried to focus on driving, but I couldn't shake off this feeling of dread. I looked for a way out, a gas station, anywhere with people around. But it was late, and everything was closed. I felt trapped, like it was just me and this guy on this never-ending road. He kept getting closer, and that's when I noticed something glinting in his hand. I couldn't make out what it was, but it made my heart race even faster. I didn't want to find out. I floored it, trying to lose him, but he kept up, matching my speed. I felt this overwhelming fear, like I was being chased by someone dangerous. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do, where to go. I called 911, but the signal was weak, barely got through. I tried to explain what was happening, but they couldn't hear me properly. I felt this desperation, this sense of being completely alone. I saw a few cars in the distance, and I tried to signal for help, hoping someone would notice and intervene. But they just passed by, unaware of what was happening. The guy behind me was relentless, his car inching closer, and that glint in his hand. I was petrified, couldn't think straight. I just wanted to get away from him, from this terrifying pursuit. I made this sudden turn into a neighborhood, hoping I could lose him in the twists and turns. But he kept following, not giving up. I felt this chill down my spine, this gut-wrenching fear. I made another call to 911, trying to give them my location, but I was too panicked, too frazzled. I couldn't think of anything except trying to escape from this guy who wouldn't stop chasing me. I saw a police car up ahead and I felt this surge of relief, hope that I'd finally get help. I honked, flashed my lights, trying to get their attention. But they didn't notice, just kept driving. I was on the verge of tears, feeling this helplessness, this terror consuming me. I didn't know what to do, where to go. I just wanted it to stop. Finally, I saw a gas station coming up, and I made a sharp turn into it, hoping this would be my chance to get away from him. I parked my car and ran inside, hoping for safety, for someone to protect me. I told the attendant what was happening, begged for help. They called the police, and I stayed inside, trembling, waiting for them to arrive. When the police came, they searched the area, but the guy was gone. They took my statement, but without much to go on, there wasn't much they could do. I stayed at the gas station until I felt it was safe to leave. Every car that passed made my heart race, thinking it might be him again. I drove home, constantly checking my mirrors, feeling this paranoia that he might show up again. That night was the scariest I've ever experienced, this endless chase that I couldn't escape from. I was driving home late at night, the roads deserted, not a soul in sight. It was quiet, too quiet, and I was tired, just wanting to get back. That's when I saw her, standing by the side of the road, waving frantically. I thought maybe she needed help, so I slowed down and rolled down the window. She seemed distressed, asking for a ride, saying her car had broken down. I felt bad. She looked worried, so I agreed to give her a lift. She seemed grateful, thanked me profusely as she got into the car. At first, everything seemed fine. I asked where she needed to go, and she said it wasn't far, just a few miles down the road. Seemed harmless enough, so I started driving, making small talk to ease the tension. But things started feeling off. She was fidgety, kept glancing around like she was expecting something. I tried to keep the conversation light, but she was distant, didn't seem interested in talking. Then, she asked me to take a turn, said she needed to stop somewhere. I didn't see any reason to refuse, she seemed genuine. But as we drove farther away from the main road, I started feeling this unease, this sinking feeling in my gut. I asked where exactly she wanted to go, but she was vague, said she'd let me know when we got closer. I started feeling trapped, like I was being led into something I couldn't understand. That's when it happened. She asked me to stop the car, said she needed to get out right there. It was in the middle of nowhere, no houses or lights around. I felt this surge of panic, this fear that something wasn't right. I asked if everything was okay, but she didn't answer, just opened the door and bolted out. I didn't know what to do, felt this overwhelming sense of danger. I tried to start the car, but it wouldn't start. Panic started setting in. I felt like I was in a nightmare. I saw her in the distance, walking away, and I knew I needed to get away from there. I got out of the car, feeling this urgency to leave, to escape. I started walking in the opposite direction, hoping to find help or somewhere safe. But then, I heard her voice behind me, this chilling tone saying, "You're not going anywhere." I turned around, and she was there, holding something in her hand, something sharp and menacing. I didn't wait. I ran into the darkness, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't look back. I just wanted to get away from her, from that terrifying situation. I ran and ran, not knowing where I was headed, just wanting to escape. Every sound made me jump, every shadow felt like her lurking behind me. I found a spot to hide, crouched down, trying to catch my breath. I didn't know if she was following me, didn't want to risk it. I stayed there, feeling this overwhelming fear. Hours passed, and I stayed hidden, too scared to move. I didn't have my phone, it was in the car. I felt completely alone, lost in this terrifying ordeal. When I finally mustered the courage to peek out, I saw lights in the distance, a highway or something. I cautiously made my way towards it, hoping for help, for safety. I flagged down a passing car, begging for a ride, telling them about the woman, the car, everything. They called the police and offered to take me to the nearest station. When the police arrived, I told them everything about the woman and what had happened. But when they checked, there was no sign of her or my car. They took my statement and drove me home. I was trembling, feeling this lingering fear that she might still be out there, preying on unsuspecting drivers. That night was a living nightmare, one that kept replaying in my mind. I couldn't shake off the horror, the fear of what could have happened if I hadn't managed to escape. It's this chilling encounter that haunts me, that makes me wary of trusting strangers on deserted roads. Alright, this happened a while back, but I remember it like it was yesterday. It was a regular night, nothing out of the ordinary. I was driving home from a friend's place, taking this shortcut through a quieter part of town. The road was empty, just me and the hum of the engine. Then I saw something weird up ahead, like a scuffle by the side of the road. At first, I thought it might be some folks having an argument or a fight. You know, people can get heated sometimes. But then I got closer, and it wasn't just an argument. It was intense, and there was this guy, trying to force someone else into a van. My heart started racing, and I felt this knot in my stomach. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It happened so fast, and I didn't know what to do. I mean, it was dark, and I was alone, and there were these guys doing something awful right in front of me. I slowed down, trying to make sense of it all. I saw this person struggling, trying to break free, but the other guy was pulling them toward the van. I wanted to help, to do something, but I also didn't want to get involved in something dangerous. I must have hesitated too long because before I knew it, the person was shoved into the van, and it sped off. I was frozen for a moment, trying to process what I just witnessed. I mean, it was like a movie scene, except it was real, and I was just sitting there, feeling helpless. I grabbed my phone to call the cops, my hands shaking. I told them what I saw, where it happened, but it felt like forever waiting for them to answer. They said they'd send someone over, but it'd take time. I couldn't just sit there, so I turned my car around to follow the van. I know, it sounds stupid now, but I felt this need to do something, to make sure that person was okay. The van was moving fast, and I was struggling to keep up, driving like a maniac, trying not to lose sight of it. I remember feeling this rush of adrenaline, this mix of fear and determination. I had to help, to make sure whoever was taken was safe. But then, the van took this sharp turn down this narrow road, and I lost sight of it. I kept driving, hoping I'd catch up, but it was like the van vanished into thin air. I felt this sinking feeling in my chest. I mean, what could I do? I was just one guy in a car, chasing after something I couldn't even see anymore. I pulled over, trying to catch my breath, trying to figure out what to do next. The cops arrived a while later, and I told them everything. They took my statement, but there wasn't much they could do without more details. I felt guilty, like I should have done more, like I failed that person. I couldn't shake off this feeling of dread, thinking about what might have happened to them. It was like this nightmare I couldn't wake up from. The cops searched the area, but they didn't find anything. No sign of the van, no clues. It was like the whole thing never happened, but I knew it did. I couldn't forget the fear in that person's eyes, the desperation. I went home that night, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what I witnessed, about how life can change in an instant. I tried to distract myself, watch TV, anything to get my mind off it, but it didn't work. The next day, I kept checking the news, hoping to hear something, anything about what happened. But there was nothing. It was like the whole thing was swept under the rug, and I was left with this haunting memory that wouldn't fade. I never drove through that area again, not at night, not ever. It's like I'm haunted by that moment, by the fact that I couldn't do more. I wish I could have helped, could have made a difference, but I was just a bystander in a nightmare I couldn't stop. And that's something that stays with you, that feeling of helplessness, of not being able to change what happened.